Good morning, candidates. Hey, that's like Robin Williams, Good Morning Vietnam. How you guys doing? See, we got 36 coming in. Numbers are loading in. Beautiful. It's coming through. Attendees. Oh, look at that. Familiar names like yesterday and unfamiliar names too. Nice to have you all here. Give you a couple more minutes to settle down. It's a very nice morning here in Cape Town, but it's also freezing. So there's sun, but it's absolutely cold. So I don't know what's going on. And so I got my layers of clothing bulking up. Linda, how are you doing? Good morning. Are you well, sir?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you, sir?
Good, Linda.
Great
Linda,
stuff.
you ready to help these guys today as best we can?
Yes, as best as we can, eh? Thank you very
Yeah, as
much,
best
Akim.
we can. Cool,
Yeah.
man. Good morning, peeps. Nice to have you all here. See, there's 91, but it's actually 84 plus 7. Gives us the numbers that we're at here. Nice to have you all joining today. Let's see. Let's let the numbers climb. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your besties. Time to join. The morning has started. It's a wonderful Saturday morning, at least here on my side here in Cape Town. Maybe on your side, it's not the same. Or maybe you're not so happy because it's studying on a Saturday. Here's what it is, eh? We start in the next few minutes' time, giving everyone time to join. Let's tell the peeps, WhatsApp groups, everybody on. It's time to go. Good morning, time to shine. All of those fantastic words. We'll be covering paper 2 today. Okay? You can see the excitement in your eyes. Let them I can see on our list here. First person here. Akshi is excited. Hey, Akshi is like this is it's happening here for me. I'm so excited. We got Belinda Parker. She's like, yo, today's my day. Bossa is like, ooh, I'm ready for this thing. Okay. Got Dominique here. Dominique's like, can we just start already? Hey, we got a Firdaus here. Firdaus is like, yo, what time is it? It's too early on a Saturday, okay, to be studying. Let's hope everyone started studying early enough. I'm going to start activating the chats just now. We'll start the next few minutes time. Just a reminder to everybody. Mr. Moody, just want to check, are the chats activated um, on your side?
If you look there, I'm not the host. You are the host, co-host. Okay, yes, I'm the co-host. Let me just check.
Okay, I'm also just checking here.
It looks like
I'm just,
they're active.
what's that, Mr. Moody? Looks like it's working.
It looks like they're active.
Okay, let's try. Let's just do a test. Hi, everybody. Let's just send a good morning message through. Good morning. How you doing? You well? Not sick, I hope. Just send it through and let's see if we can all view the messages. Um, what
We're
I
getting close to the 120. We're sitting at 90 at the moment.
Okay, cool. Let's hope that you get more coming through. Just for everyone to note, I will be sharing inside the chat, Ms. Muli as well. I'm going to be sending the SACAP guide in the chat for everyone to
Yeah,
get
I see
hold
it's
of.
gone through already, but I don't see any candidate responding to a hello, morning.
Yeah. I think either they're still asleep or they really can't do it. So let's see. Oh, there we got a Q&A. Yeah. Oh, there we got hi, Francois Scooter. Hi, Francois. Thank you very much for joining. We got hands raised there. Guys, what you can do is in the question and answer section, just put a message through. For anyone that is joining after the fact, you are going to miss the guide that's sent through. So we will try to send it through shortly. Let's have a look here. What do we have? Show captions. Fantastic. All right, we're going to just test as well. I see you guys can raise your hands. That's great. We got 100 participants now coming through. Beautiful. Well, it's actually 93, so you got to wait. We're actually waiting for 120, guys. So that's the number we're trying to reach here. I'm going to spend some time together this morning. Okay, thank you. I see peeps are messaging saying that the chat is disabled. So I think we have a different setup for today, Mr. Mudley. Oh, there we go. Chat's happening. Hi. Oh, look at it flying. Luyanda, look at you. Not even hi. Good morning or look at that. Okay, we'll keep going. We need approximately 23 people to join now. So let's wait for that. Good morning. Hello. Hi. It's happening there. Right. Fantastic. Okay, peeps. While we're getting ready for everyone to come through, you're going to need some breakfast. I'm assuming you hopefully have some tea or coffee or whatever the case is. Johannes is asking, we missed a webinar, will we get the recording? Johannes, the intention is that everybody gets the recording, as discussed yesterday. We're hoping that everything worked out well. Right,
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
coming through. Go, Mr. Bully, you're welcome to answer.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Not
good.
they get the recording. They'll get the link to access it from it's beyond the SACAP YouTube channel. The link will then take them straight to that. In the event that they're looking for it, just go to the SACAP YouTube channel. They will find it there. The
Beautiful.
videos.
It's still being uploaded, hey, Ms. Muli, so it's not there
Yes,
yet.
yes. They're not there yet. It'll be done next week
Okay,
after
fantastic.
the session.
Okay, cool. For anyone that missed yesterday, welcome. Nice to have you on board. Today we're going to be discussing paper 2, the contracts. We'll be doing a little bit of not a recap necessarily of yesterday, but some sort of reminder and refresher over what's happened. Just some questions also coming through. SIA study guides have to be purchased from SIA themselves, or whoever their authorized redistribution sellers are. The only thing that candidates get from this webinar is recordings, hopefully, slides, as well as the SACAP 2025 guide. All of those are sufficient for you to supplement your current studying. So, reminder to everybody, the SACAP 2025 study guidelines is not a replacement for SIA or the JBCC contracts or any of the other stuff that you are supposed to have that's on the recommended study material. It's only to aid you. And again, all of the resources you're getting now, the slides and all of the other stuff, all of that is to assist you in honing your focus. Because if you look through the study list of materials, you see there's like, I don't know, 30 or 40, there's like a lot of stuff there, right? Plenty things. And anyone that is a normal human being will be exceptionally overwhelmed by it. And so the stuff that we're giving here is to help focus your attention so that you're like, oh, okay, I don't necessarily have to spend that much time on this. I need to have some sort of an understanding. Mr. Woody, there's a question that comes in. Are we allowed the 2025 guide in the paper because it's not listed on the study materials? You can give some more direction to that, Mr. Woody.
2025 guide. I assume they're referring to the workshop guide that we issued
Yes,
now.
my
Yes,
understanding is
no, the workshop guide will not be available. Will not be allowed.
okay. Sorry, Liesel. Disappointing answer, isn't it? Oh well. Hopefully, whatever comes off today will replace and supersede your knowledge. Yeah. Lisa was like, yes, thanks. Peeps, all right. It's about 10:15 now. We're going to be starting very shortly. Yesterday, myself and Nondo Miso had presented our session, and all of us are professionals from the architectural industry. Today, we're going to be having Godfrey. What a question you're asking here, Godfrey. Godfrey, yeah, I won't answer it now, right? We'll get through it. Right. So, and anyone who's watching this in the future or on YouTube or wherever you are, Godfrey is asking, are we allowed to bring past papers with the memos into the exam? Godfrey, you know the answer to that one, but it's a good try. So, good morning, everybody. I was just mentioning before Godfrey gave me a good laugh there. We are going to be chatting today, myself and Linda Mapuru. We're going to be discussing paper 2 today. And the both of us are going to be giving an insight and an overall view of what the paper will cover, not in its entirety, but just a general overview. And we're going to be focusing on specific things, again, that candidates have found difficult in the past, some things that need to be done to adjust your examinations to be on the same national and international level, the same international level as other professional bodies. And we're also going to be having things that are going to make your paper relevant to this day and time. As I discussed yesterday when I opened up the session, I mentioned that having your papers, writing the paper is not a measure of your competence in design. It's not a measurement of how well you can technically resolve a detail. It's not a measurement of how well you can come up with a conceptual theory towards creating a building. It's not about that. The assumption is that you wouldn't be here if you didn't know how to do those things to some competent level at least. The idea is now that you can practice this new skill set that you have, are you able to follow the guidelines prescribed by SACAP and the law so that you can practice in a best practice manner? When a scenario comes to you that you may not have ever seen in your life before, do you have the tools equipped to deal with that? And so the idea of the paper is not to be a verbatim regurgitation of what SACAP's rules are or what the law states, although some of that is in there because you need to have a base knowledge of it. The idea is that you get an understanding so that you can apply yourself to scenarios. The papers are set up, as you might have seen if you've been attempting to write papers for a while, or if you look through the past papers, you'll see there was a maybe, let's say if you're measuring against a 2020 paper, there's a benchmark. And then it slowly is moving towards a direction where we are incorporating relevance into the paper. And where, in addition to that, SACAP is incorporating relevance locally and internationally. And so what we're going to be discussing today is hopefully going to give you the ability to have a confident attitude when you go into the exam. That's a primary thing here, right? Confidence. You need to go into the exam knowing that despite despite whatever challenges I'm going to find, despite the issues that I will encounter, despite the anxiety that I will feel, I am going to be able to tackle this paper. There were some questions raised yesterday and some messages sent through, just feedback to help everyone gain an understanding. I want to give you just a reminder of it. Firstly, one of the questions is the stuff discussed today going to be coming out in the exam? In short, yes, the things that are discussed yesterday and today will be coming out in the exam, but not exactly as it is. SACAP has tasked a team yesterday, Nondumiso, myself, Linda, to be able to create a presentation that will be able to aid candidates in focusing on specific areas that are going to be coming out in the exam. Additionally, these are data-driven sessions. It means that SACAP has been doing an analysis on candidates, what their feedback is, and the performance during the papers. And so these presentations are set up under the direction of SACAP to give us an idea, to give the candidates an idea of what's coming out in the exam and to aid them. It's a support mechanism. It's not a replacement for your studies. This is supposed to happen at the end to be like, okay, cool, I was struggling with this. Hopefully there's some sort of aid that's been given. This has been given by SACAP. Again, this is a free session. The only thing that you have to pay is attention, as I mentioned yesterday. So pay attention to whatever is going on. If you have queries and questions, we will discuss them. How the session is going to work today is I will run through the structure of the session. Linda and myself, as opposed to yesterday where it was Nondumiso and myself, having me half a session, her half a session, it's going to be Linda and myself sparring today, going through this thing together. We understand it's a lot of information. I don't intend to overwhelm you with information, but I do hope that you will be able to extract from here what is important to you. The session will be recorded or is being recorded. The intention is that the recording is sent through to you or the link is sent through to you. The intention is also that the slides and all the information will be made available. Due to technical difficulties, that doesn't happen all the time, but the intention is that is what we would like to do. Some housekeeping stuff. Please, when you have questions, keep them short, succinct, and to the point. Otherwise, you will risk running over time or someone who has other pertinent questions unable to discuss it. Finally, the last thing before I get into the presentation is the papers and the things that are being discussed. I want you to remember and keep this in your mind. These are mechanisms to help you deal with the paper, to help you to focus. You cannot be under the assumption that exactly what is being said here is going to come out in the paper. There is similarities and there's a relationship between the presentation and the paper. But this is meant to allow you to gain a level of confidence. So when you see a question in the paper for the first time, you don't crumble. So yesterday I had an example that mentioned artificial intelligence. If that had just randomly come out of in the paper, you might have not been able to equip yourself to deal with it. Every section that comes out, it's not about the technology or the event or the disaster. It's more about how do you as a candidate respond to the scenario. That's the premise of this entire thing here. We're trying to accustom you to a world that is unpredictable. And when a world is unpredictable, what do you rely on? The law, and you rely on precedent, things that have happened before, to try and do it again. All of us would know about precedent. We did it as part of our examinations and our studies. Or in the workplace, you would have come across it. So Just to help everybody here, remember, we are trying to arm you to deal with questions that you otherwise wouldn't have in terms of the JBCC, in terms of the law, in terms of legislation. All of those things are the foundation through which you need to respond to the examination. So yesterday laid out the legislation, and it laid out an idea of how to navigate legislation. And then there were things that impact the industry, and you needed to figure out, how do I take what I know and respond to it? A very good example is when there's, as was mentioned in the discussion yesterday, when a firm is facing a financially difficult time, how do you respond to that? Now, according to the code of conduct, there's a number of rules there. You saw there's integrity, there's honesty, honest promotion of services. You see there's a number of things that a professional needs to abide by. Some of it is make sure that you have a very good environmental and environmental and immediate contextual relationship, have respect for those things. When you are in a business, you need to understand that the way you respond is exceptionally important, especially in times of crises. And so it's exceptionally important that you, like, according to the code of conduct, I am supposed to be able to respond in this way, with integrity, with skill, with due diligence. Due diligence is an important part. And if you look at it, due diligence means that you need to be prudent, you need to be prepared, you need to do your research, and you as a professional need to foresee events that are going to harm you or your practice. And so you need to prepare for that. So in being able to prepare for a recession or a retrenchment, or in order to prepare for financial difficulty, due diligence is part of you understanding what the world is like around you and responding to that. Maybe that's a tough thing for you to do. So the hope is that when I share my screen, you'll be able to gain some insight and understand what we're talking about. Okay, very quickly, there are common running questions like cameras and what are we allowed to bring to the exam. Very, very welcome to ask it. However, please note, a lot of the information that you are asking is also sent in the mails from SACA. Please read through those guidebooks and documents so that we have time to ask pertinent questions about the paper. My name is Akil Khan. I used to be a systems researcher in artificial intelligence. I am currently now consulting artificial intelligence for architecture, and I am also a practicing professional. My colleague who will be here with me today is Linda Felix Mampuru. He is going to be discussing with you information that's related not only to the construction period, but he's also going to be discussing contractual understandings with you, and he's going to be discussing with you an understanding of the contracts with relation to the construction process. Felix is chief architect at the National Department of Public Works, and he has a number of other interesting things that he's up to. He will share in his experience from all of the variety of incidents that has happened throughout his career, how he responds to situations, and he will share this insight with you during the paper. The reason why specific presenters have been invited to this is because we bring a background of knowledge in different disciplines and in different ways to solve problems. We are going to be drawing on the experience we've had to try to assist with specific scenarios and specific challenges that candidates are facing to hopefully give you a well-rounded perspective. You might have a question that comes out on payment or payment certificates or defects liability periods. We're going to be discussing it with you from our perspective with our background knowledge, so it gives you a very well-rounded insight into what the question is actually about, and so that you can see how we approach a question, so that you can hopefully approach a question in the same manner. We're also going to be discussing ways to tackle yourself or problems about yourself, like psychological issues, because if you look at the stats and the results, people have not failed because they don't know their work or they don't have enough experience. They failed because they forget or are unable to address problems within themselves. Some of the problems you have within yourself is you fear exams more than you fear, or rather, let's say, your fear of the exam is greater than your willingness to succeed. That's something that's a very real thing. It doesn't mean you're incompetent. It means that you have allowed fear to overtake your body, to take control of you. Other reasons why people fail the exam, apart from not being prepared, is because they have not created the mechanisms to be able to deal with a question that they have never encountered before. And so you need to be able to firstly fortify yourself psychologically, mentally, internally, because that's actually the problem with most candidates. It's not like you don't know what's happening in the paper, you've never seen it before. It's that there's something unstable in you. And a lot of you are like, yeah, okay, let's, whatever, move on, get to the paper. This is actually a very serious issue, because it's one of the major reasons why the failure rate is exceptionally high. when it comes to candidates that are actually experienced and have all the necessary qualifications. Things like, I need to get this license and this certificate. I need to get it because I have not just bills to pay, but I need to send my kid to school next year. And I need an increase in salary, or I'm trying to work on my marriage, and I need that additional money to get the support we need to make us going forward. You need to start associating life goals with not just the examination, but what this milestone of this examination means for you. Because it's not just that you pass a paper, it's that you are able to now, after moving past a particular benchmark or milestone, you now have the tools to succeed, to get the things that you are looking for. Your desire to be successful needs to be greater than the fears that are impeding you from succeeding. Okay, enough with my blabbing. Let's start the session today. I'm going to share my screen with you in the next couple of seconds time. Hopefully you will be able to see it and you will be like, great, beautiful. Ms. Moody, you're just going to confirm with me when you can see my slide. Ms. Moody, showing? If you chat, Ms. Moody, I can't hear you.
We can see it, okay.
Ah, Vincent, look at you. Thank you, Vincent. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cool. Okay, guys. Right, today I'm going to be sharing with you our presentation that is a build-up from last year's presentation in October. So you'll see very similar things, and you'll even see some things exactly the same, but you'll see brand new things you've never seen before. Now, our last year's presentation, unfortunately, didn't, or the recording didn't get saved. So the reason why we have some of last year's stuff as well as this year's stuff is because we are trying to make sure that this one, when it gets to YouTube and it gets to everybody, it's going to, if you look at SACAP's first YouTube videos, it's going to look like it's a continuation of that. So that's why it's not massively different, but it's going to be talking specifically to this year's paper. Okay, you can see the lineup for today. I'll talk about the paper structure now. You can see it's around about 10:30, exactly 10:30. You'll see law types, which I'll be covering, terminology that's coming from Linda, the law of what coming from myself. So the law of, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about law of contracts, that will be under Linda. We'll talk about project management from myself, the Gantt chart. Number 7, you'll see that we're talking about the JBCC, that will be led by Linda. We'll talk about types of contractors, preliminaries. Number 8, we'll talk about scenarios, and 9, payment certificates. I hate to read stuff, right? So I'm just reading this for the sake of anyone who might not be at their screen at the moment, or if it's you who's listening on YouTube in the future, you're like, I just need to make tea. I don't need to listen to this guy blabbing. Here's all the stuff that's coming out. So we're going to move through it. I'm going to do something different compared to yesterday. I'm going to go through the entire presentation quickly so you get a snapshot in your mind. That's what we'll be covering. And so that anyone who is needing to leave very soon as well will have an idea of what it is. So let's go through this very quickly. So now you have a structure and a framework. As I'm talking, you're going to fill in the gaps. It's much better to have a blurry idea of what's going on than super specific and then never get to everything at all. A very good blurry idea will help you to get direction and where to focus, and also help you to fill in the details. All right. You see, I'll talk today about the structure and what paper 2 is focused on. I'll move on to talk about the law types, the different types of law, what comprises law in a South African context. We're going to talk about terminology, where we'll say the terminology is based on the law as well as in the construction process. Linda's going to take over and tell you a little bit more about all these weird and wonderful terms. We'll give you some example questions to help you see what the exam's going to be like. And then we move on to the law of. Now, the law of talks about, in principle, on a conceptual level, what is the law about? And so you'll talk about the law of contracts and try and give you an understanding that the law has specific things, and this is how contracts sort of fit into that. We'll talk about an understanding of the contracts, because it's an applied understanding that you need to have. And how you get to know a contract is you need to categorize it in its correct places. Right, we'll talk a little bit more about how this specifically fits in when you talk about the law of agency and the law of delict as well. We'll then move on, and Linda will take over talking about contracts. We'll talk about the sources that are available for contracts and the sources that are also going to be drawn from on specific parts of this paper. We'll talk about the design process and how a contract, when it comes to the design process, is different from a contract in the construction process. We're then going to talk about the proxy agreement, because this is all design related. And then we move into the construction contract. So let me help you make this a bit clearer. We're talking about contracts, right? Remember, it's the law of, we talk about the law of contracts and agency and delict and all of these things, but we're going to specifically be talking about the law of contracts here. There are two types of contracts we're going to be referring to. One are more design types of contracts. The others are construction types of contracts. The design is the CAA, PROXA, so on and so forth. JBCC, you can see here, is mainly dealing with the construction process. There's other types, but we are focusing on the JBCC. The idea is that you start to realize that in the future, not only are there other contracts you should consider in the profession or should be a possibility, but it's also potentially going to be coming out in future papers in a much more in-depth degree. So that's the idea to prep you for that, right? We'll talk about the different types under JBCC. We'll talk about how this fits into the construction process. We'll talk about the actual contract itself and how it's married and related to that. And then we're also going to be talking about standard forms of contract in the JBCC, explaining that a bit more. We'll talk about subcontracting as a whole, and we'll talk about contracts for professionals. This is an understanding of the subcontractor and how this works into it fits into the greater scheme of things. Here's an example question that's here for you. And then here's a new section, which you might not have seen before. So if you listen to previous SACAP webinars, you would have seen similar things. But here's something new. We'll be talking about project management and the Gantt chart in specific. And so this is a new section in the paper, right? We'll talk about the principle that underlies the Gantt chart. Something just to help you understand is that the AIA and REBA and other bodies of architecture do have this in their examination. So this is not like a thing that's introduced to make you even more frustrated or to saddle you with workload. The intention here is that you start to become relevant as you should be, right? And this is actually what you might see if you aren't aware. On construction sites, when there is a lack of a project manager or a lack of a timeline that's prescribed, projects are very difficult to manage, and it becomes exceptionally complex to make sure that everyone does what they need to do at the right time. So this is a way to better manage construction sites and to make sure projects complete on time and within budget, as you know that phrase, right? And that's across the industry, it's a problem. So this is a way to mitigate it, and hopefully everyone that's graduating from this examination is going to take some of these ideas further. So we'll talk a little bit more in principle what it's about. We'll then talk about an example question here, what could potentially come out in the examination. And then we'll move through and we're going to be talking about project management in more in-depth terms. So this part is important for you to note because it's important that you understand the impact that project management has on a project and how this will allow you to make sure your projects are being completed on time. We're talking about projects here that are construction related, but the principles are universal. You can do this in a design project, or for whatever reason you graduate now from this exam, you decide to study software engineering and you become a manager of software projects, you can apply the same principles there as well. So we'll talk as well about costing and bill of quantities. We'll talk about costing and contracts. I don't want you to fear. I can already see in somebody's eyes there's tears coming down. They're like, it's the first time I'm seeing this. I've never seen it before. I didn't see this in the study materials. FYI, in the study materials, it tells you need to cover project management in specific. If you look in it as well, and you look in the study guide, it tells you about project management, Gantt chart, so on and so forth. This is elaborating on it as an aid to you. So there's nothing you should be fearful of. This is something that you should be like, oh yes, marks in the paper. I can see it coming out, empowering me not only for the paper, but beyond the paper. That's the attitude. So try to reframe that scenario, because the idea that you're becoming overwhelmed now should not overtake your willingness to overcome, right? It shouldn't try to make you afraid. What we're trying to do is empower you here. So you need to reframe the thinking. I can already see there, not just tears, but I can see frustration on the keyboard. They're like, what is this? Okay, so here we go. Class of works and grading, governmental projects, something that is exceptionally important for you to handle because many firms take on governmental projects and are not equipped to deal with it. Here's a way to help you understand that. This will be covered by Linda. We'll then talk about scenarios and how to approach a scenario. What's really important here is that everyone wants example questions to come out. It's like, I need to practice. You practice a question and you get an idea of logic and how things work. But what you don't get is the correct way to deal with difficult scenarios, because your data set and the limitation of your knowledge is only based on the example questions you've done. Example questions are fantastic to learn. when you are trying to practically apply yourself and test your knowledge. But there's only a certain degree to which practicing helps you. Here we're giving you something you don't have. We're giving you the ability to confront something that is unknown. So we'll talk about scenarios, who did it, how to approach a scenario. Here's a method. You'll find the same method in the guide as well. We'll talk about a little bit of a formula. And if you can follow this formula, you say, using this say plug, this method, this placeholder method, you can, like, if you take this and you're like, okay, cool, at something, because at this particular construction project, this is all the things I need to do, this is how we respond to it. If you can fill in this template, you have a very robust answer in your examination. All of it is based on the things that I've just shown you here. So this is how you respond to a contract scenario. This is how you answer the question, how you frame it, right? We'll talk about different scenarios and how you can simulate examples that could come out in the exam to help you practice. Because you can never look through past papers and go through every single scenario that will come out. But what you can do is, based on what is very likely to happen in industry, you can try to set that up for yourself and figure out, oh, these are possible scenarios, I can prepare for that. We'll then talk about teamwork and ethics and how that also applies to this process. How it is that when you are on a construction site and when there's problems, you need to be able to work together to solve these scenarios. We'll talk about some scenarios where it's more like you need to be able to figure out how to deal with people more than knowing the content. And that's just as important as knowing the content. So we'll talk about that, and then we'll also talk about statistics. If you were here in yesterday's session, the discussion was there's national statistics that come out. These things help you have a very accurate understanding of the country, and you should be making decisions based on data or information that is accurate about the country so your business can progress. You could, for example, see there's going to be a slump in this period. Do I need to go and get international work? Or do I need to diversify into another stream? Or do I need to now start cutting costs at the company? Really important that we try and figure those things out. And then in the end, I will close off with payment certificates. We'll talk about it, but there's lots of resources on this available in the guide that's been made available to you and on YouTube videos. And so I'm not going to go into a great deal of discussion on the mechanics of this. You can read that yourself. What it is that you possibly cannot get without me is, how do you tackle a question that comes out? So a lot of people, and as you might have seen when I have done the fee calculations before, right, for paper one, a lot of people are like, yeah, let's do the maths together. Guys, we can all do maths. The most basic of maths, plus and minus, you can do. There's no need for me to show you how we can do plus and minus. Like, yeah, but Akil, I want to have confirmation. I want to have confirmation that your numbers and my numbers are the same. Great. You can always look at a past paper, or look in the study guide that SACAP has provided, or look at the materials that have been sent in previous examinations, or try to find someone at your working environment that has experience. There's lots of ways to verify if your numbers are correct. What I am trying to offer you, and what SACAP is sort of trying to get into your mind, is that there are scenarios that you need to be prepared for. Here is how you prepare for it, so that you aren't afraid, you aren't overwhelmed, you aren't anxious in the exam. You have the tools to combat it. I always mention to any class that I'm doing, specifically if I'm training for the PPE, I mentioned to the to the candidates, students, but yes, students, when I used to do professional practice as a lecturer, but candidates, you need to be like a soldier. That means fall back on your training. Whenever you come to a scenario and you don't know what's happening, you default to your training. When soldiers go out to war, their training takes hold, because there are scenarios in which their feelings might completely disguise the nature of reality from them. I don't know what to do. So automatically, subconsciously, the training kicks in and it helps them through the situation. They don't need to think in that situation per se. They need to act according to what the training does. Follow the steps the training's given them. That's what we're trying to get here to you. Trying to give you the training that helps you to overcome, right? So if anyone wants to talk about numbers and the continuation of these things, you're very welcome to do that, but I am not going to be delving into it, because that is not a good use of my time or yours. My job, at least in this scenario, is to help give you the confidence to overcome difficult scenarios. You can build greater details of confidence by applying the methods yourself. So we'll talk about the payment certificate, and then we're going to have a quick example of the payment certificate. The best way for you to tackle doing a payment certificate is to complete one on your own. But I'm going to show you an example question of what the examination is looking for, right? Finally, there's some references. You can look at all of these references from the SciAP, which is now a cyber initiative. That's the name of it now. You can have a look at their handbook. Their handbook is a source for this document. The diagrams and a lot of the information from that handbook has been made part of this presentation. The SciA study guide is where you will see a lot of theoretical knowledge, which is based off a number of other sources. That's a place where you'll see information coming out from in this presentation. The SACA PPE guideline that was shared with the presenters is what has been used as reference, and the past papers. What I'm sort of telling you is if you have these resources with you, you are in good stead to pass the exam. All of these resources is what we have used not only to come up with the presentation, but is also used to guide candidates on how to best prepare for the examination. These resources will secure you in passing the examination. And it's really important that you know that and don't try to get to secondary sources like you might talk to ChatGPT and ask it what's the answer to this. It's not going to give you entirely the right answer unless you go to a specific model like the PPE GPT, which is made by a Cyber Initiative. They also have accurate stuff, but it's not entirely accurate because the nature of generative AI, as discussed yesterday, is not to give you entire accuracy, but to mimic something that is true. So it's a mimic. Anyhow, that's the layout for today, and that's a bit different from the last time. So what I'm going to do now is start on the session. Before we start on the session, I want to check if everybody is fine. Linda, just want to check, are you ready, Linda? Are you okay? We will be starting on your section shortly. I'll go first.
We are good, Akhil. Just a disclaimer before we go too far. I've realized sometimes I get a bit disconnected. So if it does happen, I will reconnect again. So yeah, please just be aware of that. Thank you very much, Akhil.
Thank you, Linda. We are grateful. Beautiful. Peeps, it is now 11:15. You listen to me ramble for like half an hour. So enough for the rambling, time to start. The professional practice examination is broken up into paper 1 and 2, as discussed yesterday, and in almost every session you might see that it is hosted by SACAP. It's based on the 7 steps towards you becoming a fully competent professional, meaning you've gone through all of the regulated steps towards becoming it. This is something logical. On the right-hand side, you can imagine I go from high school to enrolling at a campus to graduating to start training to then now train after a while to write the PPE. And once I finish the PPE, I am eligible to open a practice, which then will also afford me the ability to run projects on my own. It's a logical step. The reason why this is important for you to understand is because the contents in paper 1 and 2 are based on this. And so paper 1 really falls on the earlier half or the former, and paper 2 sort of just focuses deeply on the construction process. But these two papers have overlaps. So you can't only study for paper 1 and not paper 2. You have to study for both of them because there's overlaps between the two, as I discussed yesterday. If you want to see more information in detail about this, you can click on the webinar that's there on the bottom right corner when you get the slides. Okay. We're breathing, right? We're breathing. Breathing. Small anecdote, when I studied architecture, in our undergraduate, we had law. And I studied at the University of Pretoria. And so we had, it was then called BER, right? Afrikaans terminology. In law, what we began to realize is that every interaction that we have in daily life, mostly in a business context, is in some way already covered in law. So when you go to a shop, for example, and many have heard me say this before, when you go to a shop, for example, and you ask for something, you are making an offer, or rather, you are making a counter offer because there was already a price that was on it. So you go into a shop and you see the price on there, that's an offer made to you. You take the item, you go to the till. When you are at the till, you could technically, I guess, negotiate, I don't want this price. And they're like, okay, what must I do? Hey, the cashier looks at you like, so what? You could, in every business practice, negotiate any amount that you have to pay because there's an offer and you can always bring a counter offer, although we don't do that every day. We call this offer and acceptance in law. Now, what happens in law is often the case that these events have happened before. We call that precedent, right? Pre as in the prefix, meaning before, happened previously. Precedent is almost like incident, right? And it's not entirely true, but I'm mentioning to you. So precedent is like previous incident, right? And so when previous incidents occur, people now start to retrospectively, meaning looking backward, you're like, oh, we need to put in rules so that when this happens again, we know what to do. I mentioned in previous sessions that following the law is like a really nice thing for adulting. Because when you're an adult, it's very difficult because you don't know what to do. You're in this big open world and you haven't done this stuff before. You don't know what to rely on. Especially in a business context, if you follow the law gives you an indication not only of how you should behave and what you should do and how to help you, but also if there's a scenario you don't know that is coming up. And if you read through it, it'll tell you, oh, this is how you should respond to a scenario you don't really know how to tackle. So law starts to become created, sometimes based on a projection, meaning this is what could happen in the future, and we put rules in place for that. But additionally, it's also based on the past, and we call that past precedent. Now, there are laws which are created which generally govern the country. But then there's also things that happen where there's no law that covers it. In that instance, we have contracts which serve as a type of law, like a baby law, to help us with those scenarios. And so being able to know that when there's things in the general public, there's a constitution that helps us or guides us on this, legislation that helps us on this, there are then those instances which are not covered under the law, which can be governed under a contract. And if it's not governed under a contract, we're then going to follow common law. Common law is an English derivation, and that means that common law is what's going to be applied to you, and common law is such that what has happened before, the precedent, is the way that things will be applied to you again. Now, I am oversimplifying what lawyers do, right? And I'm oversimplifying the entire field of jurisprudence. However, I'm trying to give you ways to abstractly deal with things and understand what's happening. If you've ever heard me talk, I've mentioned this before, but I'm mentioning it again for the sake of everyone here. So let's continue. There are different types of law in a particular country. I just mentioned English or common law, but what you should note is that Roman Dutch law and the traditional or customary law is what is evident in our country as well. The legal system is based on the Roman Dutch law, English common law, and traditional law. All of these things have come into place to create constitutionally the law that the public follows. Remember, I told you there's public law that governs everybody. Then there's the stuff in between, which we don't, our normal interactions, like there's no law to say how many times you need to give your wife a kiss before you say goodbye in the morning. Lol. Okay. So under your marriage contract, you can be like, I ask my husband to give me a kiss every morning before he leaves work. Right? That's a law that you two have to follow because there's no general law that governs that. But then you might go out and then you suddenly meet an accident with somebody and that person swears you and then they clap you. And then you're like, yo, that shouldn't happen. You will default to the law. But in that specific incident, you will then, if there's no law that governs that scenario, you'll have to revert to what English common law says. And English common law is based on precedent, things that have happened before, and then that will apply to you, unless there is something else in place that overrides that. So here, what I'm talking about is the different types of law that have been combined to create the South African legal system. Yesterday, I spoke about apartheid. In a post-apartheid South Africa, so we're following the same timeline from yesterday. In a post-apartheid South Africa, all these things had to combine to create the law which governs us today. You can see here that in this presentation, which is from Yasmin Mullah, she talks about the law or contract law being binding agreements. That's really important for you to take note of. Now, with that said, and setting the stage for that, under the law, there are specific terminologies that are used which apply to specific scenarios. In the construction industry, you call that domain-specific knowledge. If you had to go to your barber this afternoon after you finish the session because you're like, I need a nice fresh fade for this paper I'm going to be writing next week. Can't look ugly for the exam. I'm going to be having my camera on. Mr. Moodley is going to be staring at me for 3 hours, making sure I don't do anything unsavory. And so you're there and you're like, barber, I went to the construction site. They're like, oh, cool. You're working on a construction site. You're like, yeah. I went to the construction site and that contractor didn't wave the lien. Now that barber suddenly goes whoops across your head and you have a whole new gash in your beautiful hair. And like, why did you do that? He's like, I don't know what you said. I just got a shock when you said that word. Now, to prevent things like that, you should probably educate your barber beforehand and say, wave of the lien means blah, 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 blah. What I'm getting at here is your barber doesn't know what you're talking about because it is domain-specific knowledge. Your barber doesn't know that. Your barber probably knows things like fade and side path and ombre hair colors and whatnot. He doesn't know about the terminology you are speaking about. And so in an architectural examination, there will be a test on the law in its general sense, the law that's specific to the construction process, but then the construction process's terminologies as well. And so this is the JBCC version of what the construction process is, where you have the tender or the project that's awarded to you. There's a handover of the site. And remember, if you hand over the site without waiving the lien of the contractor, the site technically belongs to him. So you have to waiver the lien. We'll talk about it in more detail. And in fact, Linda will share that with you in the next few slides to come. The construction period is in that particular process. So you can see there's a pre-construction period and a post-construction period. And after the practical completion, you'll see that there's a defects liability period, defects as in something that's wrong with the building. And then after the final completion, after everything is done and sorted out, there's like a 5-year, what you might kind of say is like a guarantee, but it's not really. You can see it's a latent defects liability period, meaning if anything goes wrong within that period, the contractor should come back and fix those particular problems. That's the scope to some degree of this JBCC. It's actually diagrammatic format for you. I must mention again, I am continuing presentations that have been done by others, diagrams that have been done by others, and I'm sort of giving an overview of it to help you piece information together. This you will not find in the JBCC guide. You will find something that looks like this. But this is a more abstract, more clear way of discussing what is inside the JBCC period. It's important you know how to draw these diagrams because it gives you an understanding of the entire process, but you naturally know it. You don't got to go and, like have a heart attack now. Oh, I need to memorize this. You know this. This is very logical for you. It's just as logical as the previous stuff I showed you, where if you have a look here, all of the steps towards becoming a professional. It's just as logical. You should know this. And if you don't, unfortunately, it's time to learn because you will have to encounter this in your... Linda, you there?
Apologies, Akil. I got disconnected, so I was just checking if it's just me or not. Thanks. Sorry.
No. Thank you, Linda. I'm actually about to hand over to you, Linda. So, Linda, this is
All
my
right.
contribution
Yes,
to
sir.
this part. Back to you. Are you welcome to share, or I can share if that's good with you?
I can share.
Fantastic.
If
You can
give
go
me
for
a
it.
second.
Yeah, sure. You can go for it. So whilst Linda's getting that ready, guys, just a recap. There's law, different types of law, and now we're referring to terminology in the law and terminology specific to us in the construction process. Linda will be covering these and discussing them in more detail with you. Linda, as soon as you're ready, I'll stop sharing my screen, and you're very welcome to share.
Okay.
Beautiful. Oh, I see Andy in the chat is like BER was the worst. Hey, BER 310. Yeah. Okay. It's almost there, Linda. It's almost showing. We can see your Zoom there.
Is it?
Yeah,
All
we can
right.
see it says says Zoom. You can open up your, as you can see behind the slide to the left of you is the presentation. You can just click on that one.
All right.
On the top.
1 second.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right. Are you able to?
I can see.
To see.
Beautiful. Yeah, now we can see the full screen. You can go through.
Okay. All right, great
Right.
stuff.
Over to you, Linda. Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
gonna put my camera
Are
off.
we on the right slide?
Correct slide.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Akil. Thank you for the precursor. Colleagues, good morning. As Akil has mentioned, my name is Linda Mampuru. I work for the National Department of Public Works. And as I said to the team before, I think we've got a nice combination of skill sets that we bring to the table. And so I come from the government sector, and a lot of what the issues that I'll speak to are government related, because whether you like it or not, even if you are spoiled for choice in terms of projects in the private sector, might come a day where you might want to dabble in projects in the government sector. And it will be very important to understand the legislative prescripts that govern the work that we do within government projects. So thank you very much, Akil. Once again, let's talk to this particular slide. So this slide is broken up into various stages, and we'll talk to a couple of issues relating to these various milestones. We won't necessarily cover all the issues, but we'll at least try to cover the salient ones. So the first milestone that has been cited here is tender award. Let's just take a few steps back here. If you are tendering for a government project, there's a couple of things that you need to have in place. There's also a couple of things you need to understand in terms of the methods of tendering. And in this particular case, I'll cite the different methods. The first one that most of you will probably be familiar with is open tender. Open tender is basically an advert that goes into the tender bulletin or the National Treasury website or the Public Works website, because after all,
Just checking, guys, if you can hear Linda there. Is it me? Okay.
I think his connection was failed.
Oh,
sorry,
is it?
I hear someone speaking.
Linda, sorry, man, you broke up there. You started talking about the tender process and then we lost you.
All right, yeah, that's fine. So colleagues, you let me know if I get cut. I'm not sure why there's interruption with the connection.
Cool.
Let me start again. The first tendering method that I want to make mention of is the open tender. Are you hearing me, colleagues?
Got you loud and clear.
Right. Okay. And that's basically tenders that we put on the National Treasury website, e-tenders, and also the Public Works website as well. So it's open to the public. The second one is nominated method. Nominated method, an example that I'll give is we call out for panels, right? For the various disciplines, architecture, engineering, QSs, etc., etc., etc. What's important for all of the methods that I'm going to mention is that companies need to be registered on the CSD, right? It's the supplier database that sits, the custodians of that database is National Treasury. So the first port of call, if you want to be eligible for these projects, is to make sure that you're registered on the CSD, that particular database. The third method of tendering is quotation-based, which means sorry, let me just go back to the nominated method. So the nominated method, as I said, as an example, we go out into the market, we advertise publicly, and we say we would like to have service providers, architectural firms, for example, that we can shortlist onto our database. And as and when projects are advertised, we can then appoint those service providers, and it works on a sort of chronological order, or let's call it a roster system. So you're on the list, and the way that the list works is that remember, we work on a price-based system in our country. It's either the 80-20 or the 90-10 price-based system, depending whether it's above the threshold of 50 million or below, right? So because it's price-based, on that particular database, the companies that offer the lowest discounts are the ones that go to the top of the list, right? As long as you qualify from an administrative point of view, you go onto that list. And then what differentiates you on that particular list is at the top of the list will be the company that is discounted the lowest. And at the bottom of the list will be the company that is discounted at the top of the list is a company that is discounted the most. At the bottom of the list is the company that is discounted the least, right? So, and then the other method that you need to know of is a quotation-based tender method, which is lesser known. The quotation-based is ordinarily for emergency projects of a very, very low threshold in terms of price. So there we basically, again, we go out to the market, not necessarily following all the protocols required of a tendering process as the open tender. Because it's an emergency, certain processes are circumvented in order for us to get to the final outcomes of actually getting a service provider. And as I said, it's typically for very small projects. The other method is a negotiated method. Negotiated method, an example of this was the Beit Bridge border post, right? What are the conditions for negotiated method? That is in a case where either there's only a single provider, service provider in the country that can offer that service, or it's an emergency. If you remember the Beit Bridge border post, maybe not the most brilliant example, but for the purposes of understanding, the president called for a state of emergency during COVID. All the borders were supposed to be shut. And in the process of doing so, a physical border needs to be created to prevent people moving from one side to the other, right? From Zim to South Africa and vice versa. So that was an emergency, state of emergency. So this is a very exceptional case, but it does happen. So that's just a little bit in terms of tendering processes. There's obviously ways of tendering in the private sector that are less cumbersome and slightly with different nuances and peculiarities. I won't talk to that, but it will be good to acquaint yourself with those processes as well. Now, the second milestone that has been cited here is site handover. Site handover is after planning stage where all the designs have been done and you've got all the technical documentation, working drawings, and municipality has approved. And this is when the client then hands over the sites to the contractor, and the contractor then has full rights over the site, right? So service providers and the clients themselves are at the mercy of the contractor in this particular stage. And this is typically what we call work stage 5, right? And I think you guys are quite familiar to it. We'll talk about some of the peculiarities about this particular stage at further on in the presentation. Then there's what we call the third milestone, which is practical completion. Practical completion, you might have come across this term, basically means that the project is not complete in its entirety, but is ready for occupation. So in other words, you can go to the building control officer or the building inspector and say, look, due to whatever circumstances, we are a business. We understand that the building is still under construction or being finalized, but we'd like to move into the building. And we'll talk about a little in fact, let me maybe talk about it now because it's something that has been covered in paper 2. It's important to understand that when you take occupation of a building, the liability in certain instances shifts from the contractor to the client, right? You must understand this because it's going to come out in the paper. Because practical completion means that, again, the project is not entirely complete, but it's ready enough for you to take occupation and use the building. You could use a section of the building, or you could use the building in its entirety, right? And during this period, there's what we then call defects liability period of 90 days. Perhaps to assist the candidates, you might want to call it patent liability period, right? In other words, what's patent liability period? There's patent liability and there's latent defects liability period that follows this of 5 years. Patent means everything that can reasonably be observed with the naked eye. So when you as a principal agent undertake an inspection of a building, you will go through the building in its entirety to try and identify any shortcomings or defects, right? But there may be certain things that cannot reasonably be identified. I'll make an example. There's a healthcare center that I worked on a few years ago. The contractor did the excavation, the substructure, etc., put together the superstructure with walls, columns, to an extent where they actually put the roof structure, which was basically steel trusses. Unfortunately, due to whatever circumstances, they could not cover the roof. So what that meant is that the roof trusses and the building was exposed to weather elements like the rain for almost a period of 2 years. Now, that roof structure was sufficiently designed and inspected and certified, right? But due to the fact that it was actually exposed to weather elements for a period of 2 years, the principal agent ought to then, together with the structural engineer, ought to give some kind of disclaimer that the contractor could not actually cover the roof, and as a result, the structure of the roof could possibly be compromised, right? Now, we're not saying it is definitely compromised, but there is a possibility. Now, if, let's say, the building is eventually completed and the roof collapses, this is where the issue of latent defects comes in. So from a patent defects point of view, you could not tell whether, due to exposure to weather elements, the structure has been compromised or not. If it collapses, if the roof collapses, obviously within that 90 days, then or there's some kind of failure, not necessarily collapsing, that could be regarded as a patent defect because you can see it obviously with the naked eye. Beyond that, beyond the 90 days, the 5-year liability period kicks in. If it collapses within that period, then that's regarded as a latent defect. Then the liability in that particular case can shift from the principal agent and either to the contractor or the structural engineer, depending on what the investigation tells you. But if it is a shortcoming occasioned by the contractor, then the contractor is duty bound to come back and actually effect repairs and the cost of remedying the resultant damage thereof at their own cost. So yes, I'm going to kind of make this a little bit more interactive. So as I go through slides, you're welcome to chip in with questions and inputs, and also Akil will add or subtract to whatever I have mentioned.
Thanks, Linda.
Colleagues,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry, Linda. I think maybe our sound is a bit delayed. I was saying thanks, Linda. Yes, I will chip in, and going to just be adding to what Linda said as well. Remember, Linda discussed an entire process with you, and there were specific words, right? Please try to understand this terminology Linda used, because the following slide is going to be talking about some of that terminology, which is the expectation that everyone understands. Thanks, Linda. Very welcome to proceed there. And I think we'll take the questions after you've completed the terminology section, so we can just stay on time.
Not a problem. Right. So colleagues, I think my colleagues yesterday went to town in terms of trying to help you frame your mind around how to approach the question papers. And I think they tried to drill into you the confidence and the assurance that you should actually be ready to tackle the papers because of your lived experience in the industry, as well as the knowledge that you've acquired through your academic training. Now, more often than not, like my colleague Achilles mentioned, candidates will fail not because they don't know the answer. They will fail because they are overwhelmed. One of the reasons for this is because terminology that you ought to know but don't know is thrown into the question paper. And that then completely throws you off. In fact, in my initial presentation, I had a video of a court case where an expert witness was put on the stand and quizzed about subject matter that he's an expert in. But because it was positioned in a particular way, it just threw him off completely, and it made him look as if he's not a subject matter expert. So it's very important that you familiarize yourself with some of the terminology. And you'll see I'll talk to the various source documents that you must be conversant with. Those source documents is very important to actually go to the definition section and actually understand what is the jargon and the mainstream terminology that you ought to know, because this is what you will come across when you're sitting in a side meeting, and you don't want to be on your phone when terms are thrown around and trying to Google what its particular term means. So we'll just go through an example of certain terms that you should expect in the course of your day-to-day work, right? The first one is force majeure. What is force majeure? Force majeure is an event that can arise during the course of a project that can potentially interrupt a project, and that event is beyond the control, let's say, of the contractor in this case. Now, we're not going to spoon feed you in terms of what those occasions or what kind of interruptions can arise during the course of a project, but you need to understand that you need to familiarize yourself with this term. And in terms of force majeure, there's a force majeure on events during a project that can result in an application for EOT. What is EOT? That's another term, extension of time, right? In the context of a building contractor, there's something that we call extension of time. And you need to understand under what circumstances can a contractor apply for extension of time, and how do you apply and calculate that extension of time. There's also a concept called in extension of initial contract period. A formula thereof is cited in the fee guidelines, where, for instance, an architect can qualify for an extension of time. So familiarize yourself with those concepts. There's another concept called make good. Make good is simply is common in repair and renovation projects, right? Again, I'm not going to spoon feed you. At this level, you should already know what make good means, but just to give you a pointer and some kind of direction, it's mostly in repair and renovation projects or repair and maintenance projects. Pro bono, it's another Latin term. Um, Pro bono, I will not define for you, but I'll give you an example. Pro bono, a client comes to you and they say to you, I've got an existing office building that I want to acquire, for example. But I'm not sure if it conforms to SPLUMA requirements. I'm not certain if it complies with the bylaws, local bylaws and land use rights. Can you possibly give me a report so that my purchase of this building is informed from a technical point of view and that I'm getting value for money, right? Now, can be viewed as a supplementary service or specialist service, but in view of the fact that you can potentially be appointed on the project to actually undertake the necessary repairs and renovations to bring the building to compliance, you say to the clients, I'm prepared to do a report for you pro bono in view of the fact that you can potentially appoint me to then undertake the project going forward. Plum, Akil, I don't know if you want to talk to that terminology.
Yeah, sure. So, like Linda was saying, there's a number of things that we generally should have a good understanding of. All of the words that are here are things that you would at some stage come across, but in the construction process, things like make good, plumb, those are words generally used to converse with a contractor. Now, candidates are very welcome to place what they think it means in the chat as well, but I'll give you just an overview as well. Generally, when you have something that is plumb, you're talking about it being at 90 degrees or completely straight. However, of course, it depends on the scenario you're in, and it also depends on the material. Some things cannot be made completely straight or aligned completely straight, as the nature of it is. But make good and plumb generally terms on site that are important for people to take into account when conversing with the contractor, and knowing what to say that's contractually related and things that are construction specific. There's a distinction to be made. It's important that you know that some have legal consequences and some are just not colloquial. Some are things you say in conversation. Thanks, Linda. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Akil. The other Latin term is de minimis. Again, I will not necessarily define word by word what that means, but I'll give you an example again. There's a project that I was working on, and for days on end, I'd been harping on the fact that the contractor needs to lay the paving work on site, regardless of what other works were happening on the site. And he failed to do so on the basis that the incorrect paving levels had been provided by the civil engineer. And I had personally checked the paving levels and actually pointed out to the contractor that the paving levels were actually correct. Now, one of the excuses he cited was the fact that you have not given a site instruction to actually give me the go-ahead to do the paving works, right? You've mentioned it in a meeting, but you have not actually mentioned it on site as we do the walkabout. Now, that is a form of de minimis. It actually, it's a legal or contractual argument that has minimum effect on the contract itself, right? And then the other term, fancy term, is waiver of lien. Waiver of lien, I think perhaps I might need to assist with this because waiver of lien can be used in the context of construction and be used elsewhere in other contexts. Waiver of lien in this case means a formal agreement where a particular party relinquishes a right over a property. It could be, for example, a servitude. So, for example, you purchase a piece of land next to an existing property, and for whatever reasons, you need to run a servitude through a portion of your neighboring property, right? And you come to an agreement with the owner of the neighboring property that you will run some of your services through that property at no cost. So they are waiving a lien. They are waiving a right, that neighbor of yours. Then another fancy sounding term that you will find mostly in government projects is quantum merit. It's a Latin term. What is quantum merit? Quantum merit is basically talking about, means a payment that is made that is commensurate with the effort or the amount of work that has been provided by a service provider. And an example of this would be, for instance, the way you would calculate this is typically on a time basis if the work is typically supplementary or specialist in nature. Akil, I don't know if you want to talk to this slide and then I maybe add to what,
Yeah.
your inputs.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. So for everybody that's on here, the example question, as at the end of most of the sections here, are giving you a fair indication of how is the exam going to assess your knowledge. So I just spoke just now about offer and acceptance. And if you can remember, I told you it's like this offer made. I actually mentioned it on the earlier slides. The kind of question or the way the question is being asked is answer the following in full sentences where you must give an explanation of your understanding of it. Now, many people say, must it be exactly word for word how the SIA study guide has it or how the JBCC has it? If you are able to see direct correlation between those, you're very welcome to put it into as the answers from your exam, but you need to quote where it's from, otherwise it'll be considered as plagiarism. So if you're saying the answer for offer and acceptance is found in the JBCC contract, you can put it in there, but you must say as found on this page in the JBCC or whatever the case is. However, there's some things that you should generally know, and that's the types of law I mentioned to you earlier. So if you don't have things word for word when it comes to something that you have to explain, that's okay. There's a description that will be used when marking. But let's look at this one. Offer and acceptance is the name of the overarching principle, where counter offer is the term when an offer is rejected and an alternative is resubmitted. This answer is giving an idea and is giving it not quoted from a particular place. It's a response to the question, which is asking when is an offer revised? What do you call that, right? You call that a counter offer. And it's saying that when there's a rejection, an alternative is resubmitted under the same school of thinking here. I'm sort of suggesting to you that when you are answering a question, you must try to answer it as best you can with a reference to the question as best you can. So the question says, what is the name of the principle followed when offers are revised based on rejection? We're talking about the principle followed. We're talking about when offers are revised based on rejection. And you can see that they're asking you, okay, can you give us the name of it? So the name, there's the name there, offer and acceptance. We're then saying, okay, cool. When offers are revised based on rejection, we're then talking about it here. We're saying offer and acceptance is the name of the principle. And then we're going on to explain a bit further that counter offer is the correct term that's used whenever something is rejected. But the principle that's being followed is offer and acceptance, because you have a counter offer that has to be accepted. So like you must see the question and respond to it. Don't just hastily go on and answer it and then forget about it. Often the case is a candidate answers it and then they move on. You must always come back. That's actually a rule in the paper. Don't ever finish the paper and just submit. Finish the paper and come back, because what you might have seen the first time could be exactly the right answer, or you could have misread the question, which actually happened in my exam. I almost missed out on 20 marks in the fee calculation section because I thought I knew what was in the paper and I wasn't reading to read. My wife always tells me, Akil, are you looking to look? Very lovingly, by the way. She's like, are you looking to look, or are you looking just to see? Okay. So I was like, okay, now I'm looking to actually find the thing. So therefore I must really dedicate to it. I mustn't just assume what I think I know. Anyhow, Linda, back to you. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much, Akil. I just want to add to what you've just nicely articulated. When you approach, especially your scenario questions, because they typically are quite long and a little bit complex in nature, I don't think there's any rocket science to the question papers, to be honest with you. I think it's important to break the question down into parts. So try and compartmentalize, number one, try and compartmentalize the question into little bits, right? And follow the chronology of the question, because that becomes important, because once you break the question down into compartments, you can then almost break it down into the milestones that correspond with the 6 work stage models that we typically follow. Once you're able to do that, then you're able to then say, okay, this part of the question fits in stage 1, for instance, where I need to look at the zoning certificate, where I need to look at things like the IDPs. Again, make a note of that, what an IDP is and how important that is and relevant it is for the work that you do. Or it fits into, and maybe say the second part fits into work stage 2 or 3 or whatever the case is. So it's maybe a design question that talks to the national building regulations, and we'll talk to that again when we talk about the relevance and importance of source documents. Yeah. Then, Akil, on this particular slide, do you want to maybe
I'm gonna go through.
give?
I'll go through it. I'll go through it, and then I'll hand over back to you, Linda.
Great.
Beautiful. Thanks, Linda. So for everyone that's been here, we are on the 1.5, 11 mark. What I'm going to mention here is that there are questions coming through in the section. I'll answer some of those questions. Linda, you can stop sharing your screen. I'll share over mine now, right?
No problem.
So thanks, Linda. So there's questions coming through. They will be answered. We're definitely going to answer them shortly. I just want to do some housekeeping very quickly. We will be covering the next couple of sessions as it continues throughout the day. We'll have a small break in between. If you guys would like to have a 2 to 3 minute break now, just want to see in the chats if that's something you're interested in. We can commence again at 11:34, 35. Cool. Guys, take a small break. Welcome to return. We're going to be talking about the law of what. What means it's an interchangeable placeholder. You know, it's so funny. Guys, you're very welcome to leave now. I'm going to be blabbing my mouth for about 5 minutes unnecessarily, just to discuss these ideas. But you know, I talked to my sister. My sister's a Gen Z. She always goes on to talk about terminology, and she has to explain to me. Linda, do you have anyone young that you know that talks in these words that you don't really fully understand? I'm not even that old, guys. I mean, like in my 30s, I think. But
I've actually got we call them young professionals in our department.
right.
Half the time they don't understand the terminology that I'm using, and half the time I don't understand the terminology that they're using. So it's like almost like continuous education between us, eh?
Yeah, you get the CPD from the young guys, eh?
Exactly.
You know,
For free.
you know that, yeah, for free. They say things like
Yeah.
aesthetic. You know, Linda, you know when they say, they're like, oh, that cup is so aesthetic. I'm like, what do you mean it's so aesthetic? You mean this cup is so how it looks? They're like, no, man, aesthetic means it's like cool. It
Yeah.
has like, it looks. I was talking to my sister about it. She's like, no, I think it's so aesthetic. I'm like, aesthetic doesn't mean look nice. Aesthetic is the principle of how something looks. So then, whenever
Yeah.
whenever I'm in these watching these shows and stuff, or even if it's home reno stuff, I watch with my wife, and they're like, "Yeah, I like this cup looks so aesthetic." And I'm like, "Yo, bro, can you guys like use the right terms?" But it's just very interesting to
Yeah.
note that the way some of the things, like I will have to explain those things to myself to understand what is trying to be said. But those young
Yeah.
guys, how old are some of the guys in the office, Linda, that you're working with?
It ranges, Akil. Anything I would say between sort of 20, 21-ish to early 30s, eh?
Okay, cool. And what do
Yeah.
you find are the challenges with them?
Yeah, Akil, and I don't want to sound nasty here. I think the age of AI and the age of social media, it almost deprives the current generation of knowledge of certain old concepts that are useful and terminology. They're very bright in most cases and know what they are doing. But I'll go back to what I was talking about. In a conversation, if you and I are talking and you throw in a term that I don't know, it kind of throws you off completely. So as and when these things come up, they're like, but okay, sorry, sir, what does, force majeure mean? Sometimes it's even a simpler term than that. It's an English term. So I think the level of understanding of terms that are supposed to mainstream are not known, but you find that their knowledge base is quite good. But simple things like terminology needs to be sort of, but then you learn also from them about, the latest technology and tools and this and that. So that's why I'm saying it's a very sort of back and forth process with them.
Yeah, I get you. Makes quite a bit of sense. When I used to lecture, or I still do lecture now and then, but when I used to lecture, one of the things that I found to be quite interesting is that
Yeah.
candidates or students do have an understanding of the world, but I sometimes maybe
Yeah.
bring in my view, and my view is um, predicated on some knowledge that I assume everyone has, but I've realized they don't. So, for example, if I generally talk about anything that's post-apartheid, most of the Gen Z now are born in 2003 or so, moving onwards, which means they have almost no concept of what's happened in the 90s, for example, especially in the country. And so there's like an extension of education that has to happen. I have to say what I understand as well, and then continue to give them the lecture about a particular topic. So I
Yeah.
found that interesting. I guess it's obvious, but for me, there's some things that aren't so obvious. So but anyhow, it is that way, guys. It is 11:36 now, and I will be sharing with you guys my screen shortly. So Linda, before we start, there were actually just some questions that was asked. Maybe you can answer some of them in the meanwhile. So I'll answer the first one. Michael mentions I missed paper 1 session yesterday. I'm only writing paper 1 as a drafts person. Is this still relevant in my case? Yes, both of the workshops are relevant. The reason why they're relevant, as I mentioned in the beginning of the session, is because paper 1 and 2 are actually the same paper. They're just being split, or rather it's supposed to only be one paper. SACAP has split them so candidates aren't overwhelmed with the amount of information that they have to write about. With that said, that means there's overlaps between paper 1 and 2. There's some things that are being mentioned today that will come out in paper 1. There's some things that are mentioned today that will be coming out in paper 2. So it's important for you to attend both, even though you might only be writing paper 1. So we don't want you to miss that. Linda, there's questions here. Is the contractor still liable for the latent defects liability period if the building is sold to a new owner within those 5 years? You want to take that one, Linda?
Yes, I can tackle that one. The simple answer is yes, right? The fact that the building has changed hands does not absolve the contractor of their professional liability. So, you know, the second owner can still call upon the contractor to come and remedy whatever defects have become apparent within that 5-year period, unless it can be established. And this, you know, for the purposes of paper 2, you need to be able to differentiate between these things. Unless it is determined that there was misuse, for instance, of a particular component or elements within that building. And if the contractor can prove that they, number one, acquired the correct components and it was correctly installed, it was inspected and certified by the principal agent or the engineer, then the contractor is absolved of any liability. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I see Michael said as well. Yes, thank you, Linda. Last question before we continue. Is the latent liability period only applicable if the client and contractor have signed the JBCC contract? Or is this just standard practice? That's from Cabello.
All right. Okay, so it's important and I wanted to cover this. It's important to understand that when we talk about the source documents, or I call it in, you know, layman's terms, tools of the trade, we must differentiate between legislative prescripts and other documents that are discretionary in nature. So the JBCC, I think when I started off, and that's probably the impression that most of you have, is that the JBCC together with GCC and FIDIC and NEC are mandatory or legislative documents, and they are not, right? So if you go to the preface of the JBCC, it will tell you that this is a reliable document to rely upon when undertaking, especially general building works. But it's got a disclaimer at the same time. It says you can deviate from this and go and custom make or tailor make your own contract, but you do it at your own peril, right? Now, if you do actually craft your own contract, which I would never advise, because the JBCC is a committee that is made up of highly experienced experts in architecture, the building industry as a whole, and law, right? And the JBCC, for example, is a live document that they update and enhance almost every year. So you're better off relying on that document rather than crafting your own contract, because it would open you up to possible litigation. But if you do craft your own contract, then you must ensure that the latent defects liability clause is actually in that contract. You can change the period from 5 years to 10 years. We do it, you know, with public works projects sometimes. But yeah, it has to be either way, whether it's in the JBCC or it's in your own contract. It's advisable that the latent defects liability period is actually mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Everyone, we're going to be starting the session now. So if you are making your tea. Time to make your way over to us. We're going to continue for the next half an hour stretch or so. What we're going to be covering, I'll show you now, and it will be between myself and Linda as well. So I'll take the first part of it. Linda will take the second part of it until we move on to the halfway mark of this particular session. We haven't reached the halfway mark yet for what we're looking at. The halfway mark is going to start with project management, and we'll start talking about Gantt charts. Right now, I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to, right, hope everyone can see the screen. Fantastic. Beautiful. All right. So just to have a look at my screen, if everyone's seeing my fantastic state-of-the-art software called Paint, available from 1980, I think. What you can see here is the construction process and the entire process that we were just discussing. What's really important for everyone to note, and I'm sure that you most likely would have taken this into account, is that each of these stages here, right? Here we're looking at, and this part here that we're looking at, and this part here that we're looking at, and this part here we're looking at, all of this stuff needs to correlate to a contract, exactly like what Linda was just saying. It means that the contract itself, if I'm going here, or if I'm going here, I'm talking here, my contract needs to stipulate what are the rules that I need to follow in this period that will prevent me from the most issues. As I discussed not too long ago, if you can go back. By the way, if anyone's watching this on YouTube, we'll try and put a little marker there to say chapter what, and you can skip from the break to the starting point. I think we're roughly around about 1 hour 45 minutes in the session. At the 1 hour 45-minute mark is probably the part everyone should start listening at. Maybe I should have said that sooner. Anyhow, each of the contracts, right, that I mentioned in the beginning, contractual documentation, the contract itself, remember, is supposed to assist where the legislative general law cannot assist us. Construction is not necessarily covered under the general law, right? It talks more about interactions between people, right? The construction period now has been very well theorized, thought about, practically considered. Those people that sat on the JBCC committee have, as Linda mentioned, are experienced professionals who have been through scenarios over a number of years. Architects, project managers, quantity surveyors, engineers, all the people, their collective knowledge is within that contract. You're very able to make your own bespoke contracts, meaning tailored ones, custom ones specifically for yourself. But the JBCC takes all the knowledge of what these people understand, combine it into a contract that will hopefully help you in things you might not even have considered might be a problem. And so what you're looking at here is a portion that is covered in the JBCC. Oh, don't worry, Linda. We can
Oh,
still
sorry,
hear you.
I'm back. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
Don't worry. Cool. So XYZ, the XYZ factor, what I'm mentioning here is that there's something in each of the documents we'll be covering, or in the JBCC, that covers these processes. The JBCC is a contract that talks about construction specifically. It's important to note that. Okie dokie smoky, let's move on to where we were. Right, just to remind you of where we're at now, we did cover the structure, the law types, the terminology. Now I'm going to be talking about the law of, right? The law of, and the law of what, we'll get to it now. So the law of stuff, right? We have different laws. You have delect, and you have the law of contracts. And what we're going to be discussing now is what is a contract, right? So we said contracts are these little things that fall in where the general law doesn't govern us. So what does a contract actually do? If you look on the left-hand side, it says cars can lead people far. This is actually coined by people that use this. I think it might have either been Lizelle or Yasmin who had put this on, but it's just to help you to understand that there are some qualifying criteria that make up a contract. So what you're trying to remember here is CCLPF, right? The cars can lead people far. The first C is that the contract has to have well, there has to be contractual capacity in there. There has to be the competence of the people. L, we're talking about, we'll get to all of it now. But I just want to try and get you is a CCLPF. It's the things that qualify to make up a contract, right? We'll talk about what is a contract, what is the purpose of it. We'll talk about what makes it valid. You can see here at the bottom. Sorry, let's go up here. My screen is not sharing. You'll see at the bottom, each of these letters here is what corresponds to cars can lead people far. I'm not trying to get at that right now. I just want to talk you through this. So a contract in itself, as you can see on the far right-hand side, is whenever there's some sort of agreement that's serious, intentional, deliberate. Like there's no, we're not in jest here. We're not doing this for amusement. We're not doing this as a joke. We are serious that whatever the outcome is, we are agreeing on it. And so there are generally speaking two parties involved, but there can be more. You can't necessarily have a contract with yourself. Maybe personally you have goals you wrote down. You're like, I'm not going to move on with my life until I do this particular thing. That's between you and you. That you can't really say there's a contract for you in place. But a contract is between two people or two parties or more. All right. There's a legal aspect to it. So you can have something with your friends and then you can say, we're going to do this. But there's got to be a legal aspect to it, meaning that there's going to be consequences under the law if you don't fulfill them. That law of contracts, right? And so we're talking about here, let's move over now to these last. So I said this cars can lead people far, CCLPF. We're talking about first, there's got to be consensus, right? Consensus, everyone must agree on the things that we're talking about. Then there's got to be contractual capacity. Everyone must be able, they must be able to fulfill the obligations of the contract, meaning you can't be insane, you can't be incapacitated in any way, you can't be in hospital or whatever the case is, right? Then there's legality. It must be legal. You can't do something that's illegal, something that's going to harm people, something that is out of the bounds of the law. It must be possible to do it. So you might say, hey, you know what? I would like to drill a hole through the center of the earth and to the other side. That's my actual, we're trying to create a tunnel. That's my architectural project. From one side to the other, it's more like a civil project. That's cool. Might not necessarily be possible, right? Because if you have to go through exactly the middle of the earth, you might possibly hit into the iron core, the liquid molten that's there, if it is there. So the next one then is, okay, there need to be some formalities. Formalities are like, administrative processes. There needs to be like, okay, paper. We have to write this on paper. That's a formality. We all need to sign it, a formality. Things that ensure that we can always return to it later should we forget. There has to be a written trail of evidence. There must be some way to document this process that we can all refer to later. Formalities. All of these things make a contract valid, and these are the criteria that allow a contract to come into effect. And once that contract is in effect, right, that contract will protect all of the parties, will hold specific people responsible for specific tasks, and will prevent breaches or breach. It's like when you break something, always mentioned like B-E-R-E-A. B-R-E-A is like breaking, right? Breach. It's a breach in something, you're breaking it. So this is what contracts and the law of contracts does cover. It talks about this, right? Understanding contracts, they're based on the ideas of offer and acceptance. As I mentioned, offer, counter offer, and then there must be an agreement. Meaning, if you say there's a price for something, someone can dispute that, and then you come to an agreement on what the correct price is. Then there's cession, that's moving away the responsibilities. So you can just imagine cession, like recess, the cess, CE, it's like cease to stop, right? You can look at these words in their semantic understanding coming from some sort of general knowledge you have of how words work. Cession, to cut, hey? To move over onto, to cede, right? To move away from. So you can cede responsibility, give responsibilities to others, or terminate it, to cut it completely. It's not yours anymore. The transference, right? So you're saying my roles and my responsibilities can move over to somebody else because I don't want to be a part of this contract anymore. Or my time has come to an end. Who takes on over me, if there is anybody? And then you see the last part is remedy. So you can imagine in a contract, it's very logical. Did I accept the offer? Okay, cool, I accepted the offer. Now we're going to have responsibilities. What happens when I want to move my responsibilities over? What determines where my responsibilities end? But what happens if I break the contract? What if I break the deal? What if I break my promise to the others? There's got to be a remedy. And as you can see in the word remedy is the med there, the medical part. When you're sick, you take some medication. What do you do to get better? And those who might have listened to me on YouTube doing this, or if you attend any of my PPE classes, you'll be like, remedy, why is this bra giving the scenarios? I heard him say it so many times. Again, saying it for the purpose of anyone who might not have heard it. But remedies, how can you fix the contract? The contract is broken. The agreement is broken. The promises are broken. How can we fix that? I always mention as well that a very good scenario is if you forget your wife's birthday. It's very good, but you've broken that contract, hey? You've broken that agreement that I need to get a to make her feel loved and appreciated and seen. So you go and get flowers and chocolates and you compensate. And that is your remedy, right? And hopefully things go well. And then you guys continue. If not, whoo, you're in for a big one, hey? So remedies, hey? When there's a conflict or a breach, something breaks, how do we resolve that? And that's what remedies are for. And the contractual understanding is hopefully going to get you that. This is premised on all of the scenarios, peeps. Your scenarios are either going to discuss the offer and acceptance of a contract, how are you ceding responsibilities, or when there's a conflict, how do you resolve them? That's really what all of the scenarios are based on. If you ever see a contractual scenario coming out by the JBCC, and you see a contractor has failed to arrive on site, a client fails to pay the client, there was a mistake in the agreement and they want to change what the outcome of the particular project is, it'll fall into something here, and you will have to now understand how to fix that. Now, contracts in itself, the broad principle of a contract is predicated on this. So now you'll see different types of contracts that take the same understanding, but applied in different scenarios or interpreted in different ways. But this is the base. And you, on an abstract level, when you're approaching a question, you're like, okay, am I trying to is there a counter offer that's made here? What's happening? Is someone ending their responsibilities? Oh no, there's a conflict. And most of the time, the contract scenarios are about remedying situations, or there's a conflict, or is something wrong going here. How do you fix that? You become the pacifier. You become, as you guys might know, the fixer. Okay, that's serious. You're trying to solve the problems here. So here's something very quick to just help you acquaint yourself with projects. You need to read through the whole project, the whole contract. Sorry, not projects, contracts. You need to read through the whole contract. I'm assuming my screen might not be sharing or something to that effect. No? Okay, let's go again. Mr. Moody, just want to check with you guys. Can you guys see my screen?
We can, Akil.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
we
fantastic.
can.
Thank you. Okay, so to know the contracts that are available, the contracts that are out there, right? Getting to know a contract, whether it's the FIDIC, the JBCC, the NEC, the PROXA, the Client Architect Agreement, whatever that agreement is, or that contract is. This is how you familiarize yourself with it. So you guys know JBCC's come here in the paper. Firstly, read through it. Understand the processes you're talking about, because remember, a contract, all it's doing is it's formalizing the actual event that's occurring. So I'm just going here quick. If you go back here, what does a contract do? This is what I started with just now. A contract is just trying to formalize this entire process that's happening in the construction process, this entire process that is actually happening in daily life. This is a contract is almost like a written documentation of all of the scenarios that are going to happen, and how do you respond to it if something goes wrong, or how to respond when something changes, or how to respond when you don't want to be a part of it anymore. So you need to understand the utility of that particular contract, right? All right, cool. So if you're having a look here, what you'll see here is reading through, understanding the process, categorizing the contract. You need to understand the category in which it falls. Is it a construction contract? Is it a design contract? And then we'll talk about practicing with the contract. So you need to be able to understand, I know which contract to use. Now I need to practice with it. As in, how do I apply this to my scenarios? And so I mentioned that there's the law of contracts, but there's also the law of agency and the law of delict. Now, I'm not going to focus on these because you can find that information, but what I am going to tell you is a misconception that candidates often have. Often the understanding when it comes to the law of agency, or when it comes to any of the contracts where there's you being an agent, meaning that you are going to be acting on behalf of somebody else, or you are taking on a new role. Agency talks about the capacity to do something. So if I say you are an agent, it means you are now going to act in the capacity of something. You often hear about Mr. Bean or Bond, Johnny English. They are agents. They're acting on behalf of the government as a new role. They are acting as spies in a particular role, or they're acting as heroes. You're taking on a role. Hey? You're like an actor, right? So the law of agency is like, what are you acting as now? And so when you are bestowed the title of principal agent, you're acting as a principal agent that has to behave in a particular way. The agreement, the contract itself, is not between you and the employer. The contract is actually between the employer and the contractor. You can see it in the words, the contractor. He's the one that the contract is with. particularly directly with. You as the principal agent, you are administering that process, right? So you are making sure that you are going to now act as a principal agent in the best interest of the employer or the client, so that the contractor does what he needs to do. You are like this third wheel, right? That's coming along and being the little idiot to be like, get this stuff right. Do it according to this. This is what has been drawn. This is how the building should turn out. All right. There's other scenarios where we talk about delect, and I often refer to it as your default duty. Your delictual duty, this is what you should do despite whatever occurs, but I'm not going to focus on that. The things I want to highlight is the part that everyone generally gets wrong, right? The law of agency, talking about employee and contractor. Just to remind you, we're talking about contracts here, and we're also talking about the law of contracts and the law of agency delect. But now we're going to focus more on the contracts because that's what this is about, right? So we're going to talk about contracts specific to the design process, contracts specific to the construction process. So Linda, I'm going to hand over to you. You're very welcome to take over on this part and share your screen. Talking about the contract types, the design ones, and then the construction ones. Linda, we have up until about 12:15 to continue on your section.
Okay.
Then we will move over. Thanks, Linda. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Akil. Akil, you're welcome to keep sharing your screen.
Oh.
Maybe for the sake of time and logistics, I'll just ask you to then switch every time I'm done with a particular slide.
Fantastic. Go for it.
Cool. So we will discuss the various forms of contracts, colleagues, and which ones are relevant for a particular circumstance, and to some extent the benefits of each of those contracts. We can move to the next slide. Yeah. Sorry, I think Akil had also mentioned that we've got PROXA. So PROXA is a committee that is in the business of compiling contracts that are relevant to the built environment and mainstreaming, right? Because what you find more often than not is that there are different institutions in the country who have who are related to the built environment to varying extents that come up with documents. So what you find is that there might be some discrepancies and inconsistencies, and I'll talk to some of those inconsistencies and what impacts they could potentially have on the work that we do, right? So it's important to appreciate that we are blessed with a committee that takes care of that aspect of work, right? So it's always reliable to refer to those documents that they compile to inform the work that we do. Now, as I said before, I just want to talk about some of the tools of the trade that are probably the most important to the work that we do. First one, because we are architectural practitioners, right? We must appreciate that there is, as I said, legislative prescripts that we must, it's mandatory that we comply with them. And one of those is the Architectural Professions Act of number 44 of 2000, right? That governs mainly the work that we do. It regulates the profession as my colleague said, the main mandate of SACAP is public protection through various instruments, which are part of their performance indicators, one of which is professional fees, another being IDOW, right? What's also important to appreciate is who are the parties involved in this piece of legislation, which is the Act. It's important to understand that there's the Department of Public Works represented by the Minister, it's the CBE, it's SACAP itself, and it's the public, as I mentioned. Although not mentioned explicitly so, they are an important part of this because the main aim is to protect them. And then there's us as the practitioners. So what sometimes goes wrong in interpretation of this act is the understanding or misunderstanding of delegations of authority. So what are the limitations in terms of the minister, CBE, SACEP itself, the public, and ourselves as practitioners. And you need to understand the distinctions there, because it becomes a very high bone of contention in terms of who's responsible for what. So that's what you need to understand there. Then, as my colleagues mentioned yesterday, we exist in a particular context, right? And if you want to put yourself head and shoulders above everyone else in the game, always, always, always understand that we exist in a context, and that context starts at an international level. It goes down to a local level, as in our country, down to a local scale, right? So part of what my colleague Akil mentioned yesterday, it's important to understand economic trends and finances and what impacts those have within our local context, right? And I'll talk to that in a little bit of more detail. And I just want to point out here, there's stats that get published or indices that get published by Stats SA. And there's a particular tool that they also publish that will directly have a direct impact on costing. And we'll talk to that in detail at a later stage. And then there's what is called a client architect agreement. Note in this particular case, it says architect. It does not say client, senior architectural technologist, or client professional draftsperson, right? So this is a document that can only be used by PR arcs, right? It's important to note that, because if you are a technologist and you use this document, you sign it, a client countersigns it already, that could easily be viewed as a form of perjury or misrepresentation, right? That could result in litigation. So you need to understand what are the alternatives for other categories. Now, the other thing to understand is that, again, I'm going to streamlining of terminology. It's a battle that I've been fighting over the years. The client architects agreement uses the word client. The JBCC on the other side of the slide uses the word employer. Employer and client are two different terminology talking to the same thing, right? So again, that is why it's important to understand the terminology of each and every document that you are going to rely upon. Unfortunately, that's a situation that we find ourselves in. There are different terminologies for the same thing in different documents, right? And yeah, we need to navigate.
Linda, we're losing you there. Just want to check if it's just me as well, guys. Think we might have lost Linda, right? You want to see in the chats there? Just want to double check, guys. Yes, you have. Yeah. Okay. Cool. While we're waiting for Linda just to come back, not sure why the line is not continuous there. As Linda was mentioning, that all of these are contributing factors to what you should be using or have an understanding of when you are writing the examination paper. A lot of you might be thinking, cool, I know some of these exist. The others you don't know that exist. That's unfortunate. You need to take note of it now. Terminology, particularly important, that sometimes it's referring to the same thing. So what I would like you to do is any terminology that you find is overlapping or confusing, you're very welcome to write it to yourself and see if we can assist you in clarifying it if it's necessary. I'm going to move over into the next slide very quickly to take over from Linda. And what we'll be discussing here very briefly is that the client architect agreement, or you might even say the PROXA, is covering the design process. It's the before you build process. And this from the city of Johannesburg talks about your title deed and your design brief, choosing the architect. Once the architect is chosen, you can see how they so beautifully have referenced SACAP there in the bottom. The idea is that there's contracts that cover the design process as well. The contracts that cover the design process, particularly, we'll talk here and make reference to on the top right here, the SIRE Client Architects Agreement. This is exceptionally important for you to note because you are now going to be getting fees based on the work that you're delivering. And before any of these fees and things come into effect, it's very important that you have established a contract with the client. Why are we showing this? Because as has been mentioned during the examination before, our examination that we all have written, the professionals, is really about our profession and how we conduct ourselves in scenarios in the design process as well as in the construction process. How do we govern ourselves? We govern ourselves according to the contracts and according to the legislation. And in each of these scenarios, something could happen. Title deed scenario, choosing an architect, designing, plan by approval, or rather, the plan needs to get approved and it doesn't get approved, or whatever the case is. Submitting to council, what are the revisions that come through? We need to be able to conduct ourselves correctly at all instances because we will be held accountable. And so it's very important that everyone understands that the client architect agreement, the SIA agreement is going to be speaking to this particular process. And it's going to be talking to you in your capacity. Is it that you are the professional consultant? Are you the professional agent? What are you? Just checking. Linda, are you back? No, not yet? Cool. I'll continue with it. All right. So we're talking here about the client architect agreement, talking about in general, whether it's the SIA one, whether we're talking about the PROXA one, whether in general, you'll have a principal agent, you'll have consultants, you'll have the client and the employer. That's sort of the terminology that we're using here. Again, it's interchangeable for very similar things in the JBCC. Important to note, according to SACAP stages, if you didn't know, SACAP has stage 1 to 6, which defines what is your percentage that you are going to be charging, and what your suggested scope is for the entire life cycle of a project, design and construction. You might know, and if you don't know, stage 1 to 4 is the design phase, and 5 to 6 is the construction phase. It's very similar. Then you can just imagine that the first 4 stages here is what your paper 1 is sort of based on, and the last 2 stages here is what your paper 2 is based on. This is according to SACAP 6 stages, right? You can see there's a stage, it's actually 4.1 and 4.2 that's over here. In that stage 4, 4.1, 4.2, it's more about going out to tender, making sure the documentation is correct, so on and so forth. Most professionals are aware of this. Why professionals are aware of this is because this is directly correlated to the fees that they have. I just want you to take note here of the terminology and how it will differ now once we get into the JBCC. And now in talking about the JBCC, as I'll continue with it, it's important that you note that what we looked at just now is design-related contracts, and now we're looking at construction-related contracts. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Very quickly to yourself, please write down what are the 3 that you have seen. What are the 3 contracts that you are aware of? Let's give you a couple seconds for that. Linda, back with us.
Yes, sir. Apologies for that. Yeah, I wonder
Happens.
why it's so bad today. I've never had this problem.
I did. It's Moore's law. So, Linda, I'm going to hand over back to you on the JBCC process here, which you follow through, while everyone is writing down what they thought those 3 agreements are that were on the screen. Which
All right.
I'm hoping everyone already knows that.
Okay.
Linda, I'm going to
Are we
share
able
screen.
to that slide? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Cool. Right, Linda, I'm assuming you can see it.
Great. Yeah, I can see it. If we can move back to that slide dealing with the source documents.
Yeah, sure. You can complete on that one. Very welcome. Here we go.
Okay, cool stuff. Thank you very much. So as I said, before I got kicked out. CIDP has a number of very useful tools that you need to familiarize yourself with. It will help make your life much, much easier in implementation of projects. One of the things that you need to be acquainted with is the fact that it's got an element that deals with grading for contractors and the different competencies and when to use these competencies. We'll deal with that in detail a little bit later. Then sometimes something that is lesser known, if you're in the space of designing domestic houses, you need to understand that it's supposed to be mandatory that every housing project that you engage in is registered with the NHBRC because they are partly responsible as a regulatory body for regulating that space. And then probably one of the most important documents is SABS. Now, again, this is one of the mandatory documents to use. So you need to understand in what context does this document become relevant, at what stage throughout the 6 work stage models is the document relevant. We'll come back to that. Then we also need to appreciate that there's an overarching piece of legislation called the Infrastructure Development Act of number 23 of 2014. And what that is geared towards, it governs the manner in which government projects are implemented and how they need to be geared towards socio-economic development. So how does, in the implementation of every project, how do we best meet the imperatives of the country, like the National Development Plan, for example. And then we've discussed about the JBCC, and I think Akil has just mentioned at what stage this comes in handy. Again, you need to understand the context, the terminology, how it's set out, there's definitions, there's the terms and conditions, who are the parties involved, and then towards the end, you'll find there's a variety of contract data, which is documents that are to be filled in by the parties engaging in that document. Now, going back to the National Building Regulations, I've obviously cited SENS 10400 Part XA, but you guys ought to know that there's a number of other parts that make up this document. Now, what is important here, and in the chat box, please answer this question that I'm about to throw at you. What is the process of actually complying or being in line with the building regulations with regards to a particular aspect or element in a project? What is the process that you would follow to ensure compliance, right? I just want to gauge your understanding in terms of what process you would follow, whether it's fire related, whether it's fenestration related, etc., etc. Right? Because it's important. If you don't know how to interpret the document and how to comply, then yeah, you'll have a major problem. Akil, I think we can move to. All right, I see there's an answer that has just come through. Someone has mentioned that there's deemed to satisfy provision, and the rationale it's just disappeared. Let me just go to the chats. Right, someone has mentioned deemed to satisfy and the rationalize agreement, right? That's correct. Okay, so let me give you a scenario. I need to comply from a fire compliance point of view. I want to build a one-story simple office building. What is the process that I follow in that regard? And I'll wait for that answer for someone to answer in the chat box. We can move to the next. Oh, sorry. So this is in the the mainstream documents that you would require in order to undertake a project, but there are a whole variety of other documents that you need to rely upon. All right. So I haven't mentioned, for instance, IDOW documents, fee guidelines, etc., etc. We can move to the next slide, Q.
Sure, Linda. So I covered some of this as part of the process. I covered some of this as part of the process as well. Now I'm going to I ended on this part, so you're very welcome to continue from this part going forward.
No problem. I think you've spoken to this slide, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. I've just gave a basic overview, and I've asked everyone just to very quickly try to remember what the three are. It was more just a gauge to see if everyone was still following, and hopefully got everyone back onto looking at it. But I will move through this to move on to the next one. These are different types of contracts, which Linda will speak more in subsequent slides. This was just to get everyone going.
Yeah.
Linda, next for you. This is back to you.
All right. Okay, we'll get to this. Thank you very much, Akil. I think I'm getting good answers in the chat box, but I think let me be more specific so that you understand, because I'm not getting the exact answer that I'm looking for. I'll give you a scenario. There's a project that I've been managing for a number of years that I'm involved in, which is Mangaung Prison. Mangaung Prison, the director called me one day to say that Parliament is on our premises, and they are saying that our prisons do not have a fire sprinkler system and firefighting equipment. So there's no fire alarms, and let me be specific, sprinkler system and fire and smoke detectors. Um, are we actually supposed to have those in place or not? And can I have that answer as we continue with the slides? Because we just want to gauge also your understanding in terms of application of the national building regulations. Thank you very much. So as Achilles mentioned, we've got the principal building agreements, the minor works agreements, and how you differentiate between the two. They basically both one and the same thing. It's just an issue of threshold in terms of cost. So beyond a certain threshold, you will use the principal building agreements. Below that threshold, I can't remember what the threshold is now because it's revised almost yearly. You will use the minor works agreements. And then there's the contractor and subcontractor documents. There, you will have to rely mainly on the CIDB, the published CIDB documents. We can move on to the next slide.
Okay, this is Linda. This is just to give everybody an overview of where we're sitting now in the construction period according to the JBCC. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which talks about this construction process in relation to the JBCC and the structure of the document itself. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I see Joannette, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, has actually answered correctly. Joannette, or anyone else, please advise, how do you establish then the occupancy? You're quite correct. The first thing is to establish the type of occupancy that you're dealing with. If someone can answer that question, how do you establish that occupancy and what then process do you follow thereafter? Thank you very much. Also, Akil, you want me to talk to this particular slide?
Yes, Linda, yes. Just to give a recap to everybody as well, this diagram does exist, and the JBCC contract is what is stipulated here. The process is being spoken to directly through the structure of this contract. This is just to help you understand it. But go for it, Linda. Over to you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Akil. So I won't talk to the slide in its entirety because I'm aware that we're pressed for time. But I've realized through experience that there are certain concepts, for instance, within the JBCC that are lesser known. So when we talk about, for instance, you'll see there's a block that talks to insurances and securities. What is the purpose of, what does insurances mean and what does securities mean in the context of the JBCC? It's going to come out in the paper in terms of understanding what that means. And as a form of remedy in a project, how can these be best utilized? Right, and I'll move on to where it says formalities as well. Payment, right? what are the things to look out for before, as a principal agent, before you actually approve a payment. And I think at a later stage, we'll talk to that again, because a payment needs to be related to actual progress. And how do you measure the progress of a project? I'll go to another block where it says indemnities. It's important, and I'll speak to it at a later stage, to understand the importance of indemnities and the different forms thereof. Um, so, and then there's an aspect that talks about termination. What are the escape clauses, for example, under 29, where by a contract can be terminated, example, if one party is in breach, right? Or in a government context, as public works, if a project, for instance, has been in limbo for at least 2 years without any interruption in the form of work being executed, then that project can be deemed as terminated, right? Dispute resolution is a very important, and that's where you really go full on into the legal space. What are the different levels of legal dispute or dispute resolution? You need to understand the different stages. I'm just trying to think in my mind. 1, 2, 3. There are at least 4 stages that you need to know about. And it's important to understand the importance of the principal agent in the context of a project, because more often than not, there are lots of disputes. I've seen contractors and consultants trying to throw each other under the bus. And it's important that as a principal agent, you play the role of a mediator, a pacifier, and find ways to avoid, putting yourself in, or the project in the situation where there are disputes, because you end up with unintended consequences where there's time lost, and also there are cost implications. Yes, Akil, do you want to maybe add to any of that?
Yes, I'm going to just add here. Guys, I know that we are pushing a little bit over the time, but it's all hopefully for the benefit of all of the candidates. Everything that Linda has mentioned now, specifically as he speaks to the boxes on the on the right. So on the left-hand side, you can see what are the conditions that make a contract viable. You can see that on the left, right? The pillar in the center talks about the sections in the JBCC, what it's labeled as. And on the right-hand side, it talks about the clauses. Linda is specifically referring to, and I hope you were listening, that he talks about the remedies for the situation. And he talks about how in this block, the second block on the far right-hand side, he talks about the indemnities and insurances as a means of remedying the contract. He then also spoke about in the center over here, where it's the third block on the far right, looking from the top going down, you will see that there's what he discussed was about payments, and he spoke about the timeline for payments. So how do we measure when a project is complete or a phase is complete, and how long after it do we have to does the payment have to go through? What about when we're issuing a payment certificate, right? Talks about all of that, and now you can start to think, oh, okay, and it should be occurring to you in your mind on the far left, this is what makes up a contract. The JBCC has these things in their contract, and here on the far right, here are the clauses with reference to it, and I can see there's a clause on payment. So maybe payment certificates and everything about a payment certificate comes out from the payments clause. That's how your mind should be thinking about it. It should be integrating the knowledge together. In fact, there's an excellent slide that Linda has put together at the end of the presentation, which shows all of the sections that we are talking about in these examinations. But then the last one as well, where he talks about termination dispute resolution. Excellent ones that Linda has mentioned. So we're already flagging the second block, the third block, and the fourth block, but we're talking about specific things. You can see indemnities, insurances, payment, and you can see about termination and dispute resolution. You can already imagine in your mind, oh, cool, Linda's talking about 4 clauses to focus on. Doesn't mean it's the only ones, but focus. It means have a relatively deep knowledge of it. Linda, I'm then just going to share here that what we're looking at, you can sort of see what you can see on the on these contracts here, or sorry, on this slide, is now translated in the horizontal to say, oh, okay, here we go. This is past interpretation of insurances and securities. The execution clauses refer to this. The completion refers to this. Suspension and termination refers to this. These are all how you can see the clauses are related to the specific parts of this process. But Linda, this is over to you to talk about standard forms of contract, subcontracting, and contracts for professionals. Once you're done there, Linda, in let's say the next 5 to 10 minutes, then we'll go on our halfway break. Thanks, Linda. Over to you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Akil. Akil, or colleagues, I see Richard, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, McNamara, has given the answer that I've been looking for. So anyone that's, wants to reference, make reference to that answer, please go to that particular answer in the chat box, and that answers how you actually apply, compliance in the national building regulations. So
Linda, I just want to read out
No
that
problem.
one
No
because
problem.
those who are watching this in future won't see this chat. So the answer that Richard has given is calculate fire equipment needed relative to floor area and occupancy. The occupancy category is determined through what the building will be used for, found in SANS 10400 Part A. Have emergency exits, emergency routes 45 meters with no sprinklers, or with no springers, and 60-meter routes with sprinklers. Fire requirements Part T. So you can just see in the breakdown of Richard's answering of the question, he's referencing the legislation, the document, the regulation around it, and then he's talking about how this is interpreted. So good job to Richard. Linda, back to you.
Thank you very much, Akil. Richard, I think the only thing that I'd like to mention is that you've correctly cited Part A, but I think more specifically, the building occupancies is Part A20, just for noting. Thank you very much, Richard. All right. Guys, we've spoken about some of the contracts that we need to rely upon. So there was mention of JBCC, GCC, FIDIC, and NEC. We haven't spoken much about the GCC. GCC basically is mainly used for engineering related projects, right? And its terms and conditions actually give it a lot of flexibility, and it can be used in a whole variety of other contexts. FIDIC is an internationally accepted document for infrastructure projects that has been approved, that is actually ISO accredited. So it's taken into consideration that there are different peculiarities and nuances throughout different countries, and how can the legislation around that be streamlined. So it's one of the most reliable documents that's also accepted by the American Institute of Architects to use for international projects. NEC is an alternative basically to GCC, which is mainly geared towards engineering projects. Do a little bit of research about these different types of contracts and when they can be used, and I'll talk to this a little bit later on. Now, I also want us to avoid conflating contracts with contracting methods, right? Those are two different things. A method and a document are two different things. So there are different contracting methods, and I won't mention any of all of them because, for instance, in the government space, there's also what we call triple Ps, public-private partnerships. There's what you've also heard of before, turnkey projects. So I haven't mentioned everything here, but there's what we call lump sum contracts. Read up about that. Cost plus contracts, time and materials contracts. And I want to talk a little bit about this one in particular. So this one is a type of contract where you establish the value of the works in its entirety prior to commencement of the project, right? And the value thereof is fixed for the duration of the project. So it's not subject to escalations and EOTs and this and that, right? Which has obviously its own inherent risks. The advantage, though, with a time materials contract is that what the client does is once you've established all the costs, you know, prime cost items and what we call profits in attendance, and I'll speak to that at a later stage, or maybe even now. Profits in attendance is just a fancy terminology that is used mainly in subcontracting, right? Where you calculate the value of materials that will be used by a subcontractor, and you calculate the overheads related to the traveling costs and the time spent on site. So going back to time materials contract, so you've established the costs, the client says, here's all the money for this project, you see to finish, right? The contractor can take the money and take the first flight out to the US and disappear with the money. That's where the risk is. And you'll have to spend the next 5 years spending 10 million worth of legal fees to get extradite them back into the country. But the advantage of this is that there's a concept that some of you, if you've worked on projects, is called lead times. And maybe Akil will talk to this when he talks to the Gantt chart. Lead times is basically the time it takes between, it's the point when you order a particular component or material to the time it takes to actually deliver it on site, right? Now, the advantage of this type of contract is that you don't buy material as and when you move through the different stages during construction. You buy all the stuff up front. It means there are no lead times. The advantage, notwithstanding some of the risks, is that if you're applying a fast tracking method to your project, it means you can substantially shorten the construction period because you've eliminated most of the lead times, right? And then I want to talk to subcontracting. Again, if you've read the JBCC, you ought to know what the different subcontractors are, and I won't necessarily spell out for you what each of them means, but you need to know, number one, what are the different types of subcontractors? When does a particular subcontractor become relevant? What are the inherent risks and benefits thereof? I'll give you an example. There's a project I was working on, which is a healthcare center. The main subcontractor had domestic subcontractors working under them. At some point, there were delays in the project due to the fact that they could not pay their laborers, citing the fact that the employer was not paying on time. Again, understand the legalities. Is that a warranted excuse or not, right? And separation of issues will become important in the paper. So that now, when that became a problem, we then decided between myself as the principal agent and the client, which was DBSA at the time, to say, in the best interest of the project, let's take all these domestic subcontractors, seed all of them together with payments to the client themselves. In other words, it means that the contractor is shifting liability. We're shifting liability from the contractor to the client, which is DBSA, and they will also be responsible as DBSA for making direct payments to the subbies, right? Which eliminates the problem of delayed payments or non-payment to the laborers. And that's what then partially rescued the project. Now, it's important that in the process of seeding such a contract, you actually revise your contract such that it changes the classification of your subby from a domestic to a nominated subcontractor, so that the liability shifts completely from the main contractor to the client. Right. So, and then, okay, there are other contracts prior to obviously commencement of works on site during planning stage that become important for professionals in this particular case. And it's important to understand as well when it comes to time-based fees, what actually constitutes a time-based fee in a project. And in most cases, what would be charged under time-based fee would be supplementary or specialist services, right? And that must be made very clear prior to you actually commencing the works. What I've picked up, unfortunately, in the line of duty is that sometimes professionals confuse what is supposed to be a value-based fee versus what's supposed to be a time-based fee. And I'll give you an example. There's an instance where a principal agent sent me a fee account. Now, as chief architect in the National Department of Public Works, and part of what was in that fee account was time-based fees, which were due to the calculations they'd undertaken, undertaken in compliance with SENS 10400 Part XA. Now, again, I'll throw a question at you, which you can answer in the chat box. Given the fact that in the past, we never used to do fenestration calculations, we simply comply with the 10% rule of Part O. Is the contractor, with the scenario that I've given you, were they actually liable for time-based fees in this particular instance for fenestration calculations, right? And also take into consideration the national building regulations and the fact that the national building regulations are actually a minimum requirement. That's what deemed to satisfy actually means. Also take into consideration energy efficiency is actually an intrinsic and a moral obligation that we have towards the environment and towards the profession. Things like, again, what's sometimes confused as a supplementary service. I'll give you an example. So what you would typically have in a design or a drawing is what I call a design intent. What is an example of that? So you've got driveways, parking, and landscaping around your building. You would then come up with a very rudimentary, basic stormwater management plan. It could be retention ponds, catch pits, weep holes, etc., in particular positions. And you indicate all of that with arrows and whatever annotation you've got, right? And then in some instances, the principal agent or architect would want to charge for that as a specialist or a supplementary service, which is charged on a time basis. Again, understand your limitations as a principal agent. For example, you will indicate that a building requires foundations, but you will indicate the foundation diagrammatically, and you will say, as per structural engineer specifications, right? So that is a design intent. You don't design and do the calculations for that. Because if you do, there's a concept in law that's called overreach. Overreach is when you go beyond your call of duty or what you are actually qualified to do. And I think Akil spoke to that yesterday. Don't oversell yourself or straddle into the expertise of other experts, right? And it's very important for your professional liability because if something goes wrong and your insurer then discovers that you actually undertook work that you're not adequately qualified to do, then they will have the right to withhold that insurance. Akil, we can move on to the next slide.
Thanks, Linda. It's the example question, and maybe Linda, I will take the example question, and we'll end off for the break. But Linda, I just want to add to what you're saying, guys. I hope everyone has been paying attention. Linda's brought in a wealth of experience and examples from lived experience to mention things that go wrong, possible ways to look at a question, and I would like to think that you have a very good general comprehensive overview of what he's talking about here from the examples he cited and the way he's explained things. And if you missed it, hopefully you come back and you've seen, okay, Linda mentioned JVCC, he spoke about FIDIC and NEC, he spoke about all of them, he spoke about one specific one being able to also be used in the Americas. Just so you guys know, Linda is also registered with RIBA. So Linda has a very good understanding of how the international game is working too. Looking down at the bottom as well, you'll see the different, what Linda made quite evident is that there's a difference between contracts and contract method. And he spoke about the contract method here. It's important to know the distinguishing factor. Now, the question that you're going to be seeing coming up is talking about subcontracting. And Linda mentioned this as well. And he mentioned he's not going to be elaborating further than what he's mentioned on it. And I want you to take that into account, that you have to go and read more up on this. And looking on the far right-hand side, Linda then spoke about the contracts for professionals. He spoke about understanding what is within your scope, what is within your ambit, what is within your capabilities, and not extending beyond that, where your professional liabilities are exceeded, where you are now taking on the role that is within the realm of somebody else. And it's important to know where to draw the line for it. So the question that's being asked here, which talks about which form of subcontract exposes the main contractor to the greatest level of risk and why. And you can see by the answer, the domestic subcontractor, as they are chosen by the main contractor as the answer, might be open to interpretation. You might disagree. If you do disagree in the examination, remember there's the and why part. If you're able to reasonably substantiate your answer within reason, and when we say within reason, we mean by a competent professional and other professionals, if there can be consensus across the board with other professionals like yourself within the same realm, that this is actually an answer that has merit, then it can be marked correctly. Just to give you an indication of the process as SACAP has explained to us as the presenters, when you answer a question, and if you answer it in terms of reasonability, and it's maybe not the answer that's in the memo, SACAP is then going to call upon their panel of markers as well as the examiners to decide, is this answer correct? And so each will then put an input and say, this is maybe something given, this is something that does happen in the industry, this is a reasonable answer, or was there ambiguity in the question? And then they will come to a consensus that going forward, when we relook at all of the papers together, maybe we've marked so many, we'll continue, we'll look at all of the questions and we'll mark it this way going forward. And everyone else in the past will review all of the papers and then award the marks or take away the marks or remove the question accordingly. So it's important that you note when there's an and why, there's always a discretion that's used. And that's something that candidates often ask. It's like, what if it's not word for word exactly? That's understandable as long as it's within reason, except for the things that are specifically mentioned to be said verbatim, like what is the full title of the act that governs the architectural profession? It's the Architectural Professionals Act number 44 of 2000. There is no dispute on that. There is no room for error on that one. That must be said as is. That must be exactly stated as it needs to be stated. But when it comes to explanations of things, that's a different story. So let's look at the second question. Which form of subcontract exposes the employer to the greatest level of risk? And it says the nominated one because they are chosen by the employer. So the risk will fall onto them. Or in the domestic, the risk will fall onto the contractor. Important to understand what is important to note in this question is not only the subject matter, talking about domestic and nominated, but when you give an answer, if you have a reasonable enough reason or a good reason as to why, then your answer will be considered. Obviously, now if you say something ridiculous here, it's not within reason, and so you can't be given the mark for that. Everyone, we're going to be taking our break now before we move on to the second half. I hope that despite the length of the session and despite the amount of information discussed, that you are able to get a better understanding of how to approach questions and a better understanding of what content should be focused on. We'll be talking when we come back about project management Gantt chart. We'll be talking about the Gantt chart and a discussion on some questions. We'll then move on to project management into a little bit more detail, discussing how this can assist you in best practice management of your projects. And then we'll talk about how to approach scenarios and how you can use the placeholder method to try to create very good answers, very well substantiated answers. And then we'll finally end off talking about payment certificates, but we'll get onto that after the break. So it's usually at this time we talk about all of our sponsors and all of the ads. I'd like to thank lol, I'm just joking. We've got no sponsors or ads for today, but thank you very much, SACAP, for making this possible. I'm going to, Mr. Mudli, say that we'll take about a 10-minute break and return at, let's say not 10, let's 30-minute break and return at 1. The intention is for the session today to finish at 2:30. It is a weekend and might be taking into your time, but it's rather more time spent in preparation than less time spent in preparation for the professional practice exam. Unless you guys have somewhere to go. For that reason, let's hope that you will do a catch up. Mr. Mudli, we'll be back at about 1. I'm going to pause the recording here and continue at 1.
I think also just to make the candidates aware that the sections to come, as much as it might be new to them, it is in the paper, and we are looking to provide them more clarity and guidance on how to tackle those sections that are fairly new to them.
Yeah, that's actually really important, guys. So you might decide, I don't want to return to the session, but this part that's coming out now is new stuff, and there's guidance on how you should be approaching those questions in the paper. It's definitely coming out, as Mr. Mudli said. It's a matter now of you paying attention to the content. And again, the way the question will come out in the paper, all of the presenters who are here have been briefed by SACAP to say, we want you to talk about it in this way. So that means a question coming out in the paper might not be exactly the way that it's here, but it will give you a very good way and understanding of how to approach it. So we'll see you after the break, Mr. Mudli. Anything else before I put a pause in recording here?
No, that's good.
Okay, cool, guys. See you just now. It's going to be blank for a bit, which means no talking. It'll be on pause. See you at 1.
All right, I'll
Go
try
for it,
and summarize.
And yes, go for it, Linda. For anyone also that's missing
right.
and that's coming back, go for it.
No
Sorry.
problem, no problem. So a question was thrown by Bosa Mochotli, right, in the chat box to say, where do you draw the line? And in my understanding of this question is, if you are going to make energy efficiency, sustainability interventions, where do you draw the line in terms of charging for standard services versus time-based fees under supplementary and specialist services? So the crux of the matter is, if you're going to do fenestration calculations as per part SENS 10400 part XA, that is part of deemed to satisfy. So it's the bare minimum, the minimum requirements that's required of us. And it's an intrinsic part of our design process. You're not going over and above what's required of you. But if you're going to make other interventions, so for instance, what would be part of complying with SENS 10400 part XA? Insulation for your roof insulation, wall insulation, the right length of your overhangs, orientation. That's part and parcel of what we do. You can argue that fenestration calculations did not exist, and we only had part O that talks to the 10% rule in terms of fenestration. But it's still, part XA is part of the bare minimum. If you're going to do make other interventions like life cycle costing, they're still to do with energy efficiency that talks to the carbon footprint. That's going beyond the call of duty. Then you would be justified if you charge time-based fees for that. I hope that answers the question. But like I said, there are different iterations and permutations in terms of the interventions you can make, you know, to make a building energy efficient. And those could possibly, you could charge for as under time-based fees. Thank you.
Thanks for that summary, Linda. So for everyone that's joining back, welcome back. Thank you for joining. Just to add to what Linda had mentioned there for everybody, where do you draw the line when it comes to you offering something that's supposed to already be part of your design work? Well, that is going to become more difficult as time progresses, but it is important that within yourself, you also set a little bit of a moral compass and a little bit of a value proposition, right? You need to have a fair understanding that this is what I know I'm going to offer to my clients, and this is what I also know that I might not necessarily be doing because it's out of my ambit and scope. It's also part of the integrity of the profession. You know what you can do and you know what your capabilities are. If you are a registered project manager and you're an architect, obviously, you know that you can offer both services competently, hopefully, right? I'm going to be moving on from this particular portion. As we move into the second leg, just want to check if everyone's back. We have 110 people. There were 118 before we left. If you have any friends or you are in contact with anyone that you know left and needs to come back, please tell them now. We're going to be having another intense part of the session. Just want to check where everyone's mind space is at, please, in the chats again. Can everyone tell me how you're feeling about it? Can we have a break, please? Overload. Great, that's fine. We said here, some questions. Let's check how everyone's doing. Everyone's doing good. Talisha, thank you very much. We have here messages from someone said, well supported by SACAP. Great. Somebody also mentioned great, doing good. Okay, cool, guys. A little bit more. Anyone has some varied opinions? They're like, session sucks, guys. Go home. Time to sleep, right? So, or you're like, yo, guys, too much info. Reduce the amount you're talking. Please, guys, we need some feedback here so we know how to help you guys going through. Okay. Great, keep going. Let's just see if any bit more. Okay, guys. So the next session is going to be structured a bit differently. Okay, so I'm still going to give you an overview, guys, while I'm talking in the chat. So let's see how you're doing. Because if you guys don't give feedback, then I'm not necessarily knowing if we can do anything to assist you better. All right. If you think we're doing fine, that's also good. You're like, yeah, I'm fine, cool, whatever. You know, it's that on WhatsApp, whatever, thumbs up. You know, it's just like when someone sends you a WhatsApp, or your partner, your husband maybe sends you a thumbs up. You're like, what is this man doing? He's thumbs upping me. Anyhow, Andy, good one. Okay, cool, great. All right, we'll yeah, keep going, guys. Great, thanks. Cool. Thank you very much. Okay, beautiful. Peeps, thank you. All right, so before we continue, I am placing in the chat something for you to have a look at. For everyone that's here, please ensure that you have a look at the links that are in the chat. The supplementary guidebook that you received was void of some of the links, and Mr. Moodley had advised me that if there's anything that's missing from that guide, can we please share it? So he shared, or he mentioned that I should share these links in the chat that were supposed to have been in that guidebook. It's not available in the guidebook as hyperlinks. And so the hope here is that you guys will be able to receive this and assist yourselves with it. I'll talk to, or I'll share with you what I'm talking about now. If you all have a look inside the chat, here are the links that are missing from the guidebook. You're very welcome to have a look at them out of this session when you have time for studying. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to start the session here with SACAP's PPE guideline that they sent. I'm going to share my screen with you very quickly. Beautiful, right? You should be able to see my screen. All right, if you can see my screen, hoping you can. What you'll see is it says Guideline 2025. The following sections are based on what is in this guideline, based on the advice of SACAP. Myself, Linda, Nondomiso, when putting together the presentations, we were advised by SACAP, again, to talk about the subject matter, the peripheries around the subject matter, to hopefully use our expertise, our experience, and our knowledge to give you a very good idea of what the question will be like. So that means the question will not be exactly as the things we're talking about, but is to prepare you so when you see the question, you're not overwhelmed. That could mean you get a diagram that looks exactly the same, but the questions are different. Or you might get a diagram that looks completely different, but the questions are the same. Or it could mean that we talk, or the question paper has something that is related to what is based on what we said in some way, shape, or form. Could be words, could be a diagram, could be a scenario, whatever the case is. So for everyone that's here, to look at these new sections that are coming out in the paper, which the final slide that I'll show in this presentation that Linda created so well details. If you have a look in this guide, in the section, it says an architect's PPE supplementary guidebook. If you have a look here, you'll see it starts at page 93. It's after paper 1 and paper 2. This is the supplementary information that's going to assist you in these exams, both on the business practice, the project management side, the emerging technology side, and so on and so forth, data analysis and whatnot. Go to this guide, and you should have it. I put it in the chat in the beginning of the session. If you didn't get it from the chat at the beginning of the session, you can check your emails. It should be in your emails from Mr. Mudley. And if you have neither of them, then you now need to reach out to your friends, those others in this chat that you maybe know, or reach out to Mr. Mudley himself. I'm going to click on this very quickly. You'll see here that it now takes you to a new section in this guidebook, and you'll see this image in the bottom right-hand corners of some of the presentations that you'll see. You'll see that it says it's offered to supplement the presentation offered at SACAP's PPE webinar. Supplement, hey? Meaning it doesn't take away from anything else you're supposed to do. You're still supposed to follow what you're supposed to be doing, still supposed to be doing studies as you're supposed to be doing it. And it's really important that you take note that this is to assist in helping you prepare for that which you otherwise would not have been prepared for. Really important. These parts here, the supplementary stuff, constitute about 10% of the exam, which is roughly about 10 to 15 marks. If your paper, for example, is 150 marks, you can imagine that 10% of that should be about 15 marks if you're doing your maths correctly. And then you should guess, oh, cool, this kind of stuff, if I understand it, I should be able to score some marks in the examination. So we're going to be talking here about project management. Everything I am saying, you can also find in here and more. Also, I will give you some insight based on my experience, and Linda will also add in from his experience, what are the best ways to manage this. In 2019, I was working and doing some governmental work as well, and we were working on building low-cost housing in the northern region of KZN. One of the things that we were doing there was trying to manage the project. And one of the ways we managed the project, well, was through instituting the Gantt chart. This was actually a requirement of it, but we then had to revise it based on some changes that needed to be made. Strangely enough, though, at that period in 2019, when I was going to visit the sites, as I was doing some negotiations with the local Nduna, as to who is going to be potentially benefiting from the projects we are working on. Very similar to what Ndomiso mentioned yesterday, the negotiations, because this is in tribal authority land. So on my way to this land that's not regulated by the municipality to discuss who is getting the housing project or who will benefit from it. In doing so, on that particular time, there was a storm in KZN. You know, in 2019, there was a flooding and the tornadoes and whatnot going on. During that period, you start to realize that you can't always negotiate exactly the way that you would like it to be. And not everyone who you assumed is going to benefit from the process you're working on will benefit from it. These kind of instances and things that happen sometimes push a project out by a considerable amount of time because you can't come to consensus with the community that you're working with. And so things like a Gantt chart allow multiple stakeholders to be able to be on track, to be able to be on the same page as to what's happening, when, and how it will affect them. The diagram that I'm showing you is actually from RIBA. RIBA is the Royal Institute of British Architects. It's from their journal. This is an example of a Gantt chart that they talk about in their webinars, in their sessions, and that come out in their papers. If you also look at the American Institute of Architects, you'll also have a look and you'll see that they have Gantt charts and they talk about the project planning phase. Something really, 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 really important for you to take note of. When you look at a Gantt chart, it's not about the chart, it's about the process. If you can see beyond the chart and you can start to, in your mind, say, I cannot build a roof without building a floor, because what is it going to stand on? I cannot build a superstructure without building a substructure unless it's prefabricated offsite that's just going to be plonked onsite. I have to do one step, then the other. It's a sequential planning tool. You cannot try on your own to put together all this information and then expect everyone else to know what to do when you don't have a chart or a diagram or a planning or something to plan that everyone can see, a planning mechanism which everyone can agree on, so we know where the project's going. You cannot do that and expect everyone to be on the same page. Or you cannot not do that. You cannot not have things that everyone can agree on. So you can see the heading here is an approach toward visual project management, because that's what it's about, right? Project management is actually the section this is falling under. This is actually stipulated in your guidelines that you need to know. But what SACAP noticed is that there hasn't been that much assistance given to candidates. If you search online, there's not much assistance given to candidates. If you search in some of the previous, like the SIA study guide, it tells you about it, but SACAP felt it wasn't sufficient to help everyone pass. And so they contacted myself and Linda and Don Dumiso and a few others who worked together to put this presentation to say, how can we try to create assistance to the candidates to help them pass these sections without ambushing them, without making them blindsided, like, where did this come from? And so this is what this is about. It's geared towards assisting you for the examination. You can click on the link, it'll take you to an excellent site which talks about Gantt charts. Moving on, you can see that there's discussions on why use a Gantt chart, how to read it, that it could be considered a legal document, and then there's a possible examination question. What you're seeing here is the same thing that you'll see in my presentation with a little bit more information, neither here nor there. What's particularly important, as Linda mentioned at the beginning, is terminology. All right, so let's go for it. I'm going to open up my presentation now very quickly. Or let me stop sharing here and open up the presentation whilst you get yourself together in preparation. Couple breaths. Don't want anyone to stress. Don't want anyone to lose their minds. I want everyone to please have a very good understanding of what is to follow. All right. So in 3, 2, 1, let's hope that you'll be able to see my screen here. You guys send me as soon as you can see the screen. Right, Linda, Masambuli, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, Akil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so peeps, I showed you where source material you can actually read about this. You can read a lot more information in that booklet that's been created. Project management is a section that is actually outlined in your study materials. It's one that's often overlooked. So SACAP thought to bring it to your attention that you should pay attention to it, because you might be looking at past papers and not see project management stuff coming out. Or you might be looking at prior presentations and not see that. It's actually something that needs to be assessed. So your focus is to be geared on this. A really, really good diagram that Linda's put together, right? Linda is discussing here, and what he has shared in it is the 4 topics that are now composing your papers. Your papers, it's not just the legislation and the law of contracts for the construction process. It's more than that. So Linda, I'm actually going to just maybe hand over to you for the next minute or two to just talk about how you put the slide together and some of your thinking here.
All right, Akil. Thank you very much.
Cool.
So yes, colleagues, I think it was very important for us when framing the questions to actually appreciate the journey that you've been through to get to where you are. And I think yesterday, the team really emphasized that do not underestimate the knowledge base that you actually possess. So first of all, we appreciated the fact that you went through academia, through the architectural learning sites, your ALSs, and you were trained from a theoretical basis, and that partly informs obviously office practice, which will help you in the workplace, and obviously in some instances there's business elements introduced into the syllabus. Now, I think what has been mentioned previously as well is that SACAP does benchmarking, number one, with best practice, against the rest of the world, firstly. Secondly, part of SACAP's mandate is to conduct accreditation visits to the different ALSs. The purpose of those accreditation visits is to assess the quality of the syllabus of the different institution. So if you are from an institution that is accredited by SACEP, you best believe that you actually have the requisite knowledge to undertake the exam. Now, over and above the theoretical knowledge, you, in order to qualify to write the exam, you would have acquired practical experience for at least 2 years. Some of you might even have more than that. And that's mostly to equip you in terms of, things like design process and contract law in an actual project. And then obviously some of the new creative elements that the team has introduced going forward, and I really appreciate this, Mr. Moodley and Akil, is the element of financial literacy. Now, obviously, Akil went to town yesterday in terms of talking to this element. And it's not in vain, because yes, some of us are doing well in the industry and whatnot, but we've learned a few hard lessons. I was in business at some point, 2006, doing very well, but did not know anything about a recession, for instance. Did not know about looking at economic trends worldwide. Now, I had a rude awakening when we felt the full effects of the recession, because it started in 2007 in the USA, spread to the rest of the world. And we felt as South Africa the full effects in about 2009, 2010. That adversely impacted the viability of my business in a very, very serious way, where we had to actually retrench people, right? So it's important to understand the impacts of what the greater socioeconomic context has directly on your business. Then the other elements that they've introduced, we need to appreciate that we exist in the fifth industrial revolution, and AI and other tools are going to become mainstream in terms of improving efficiencies, and it's going to come out quite strongly in the paper how you use these tools as a cost reduction measure and to improve efficiencies. So that's the point of view from which we frame the questions. Now, obviously, then with the questions, we want you to demonstrate a couple of things. We want you, with everything that we have presented, to demonstrate an ability to integrate all the competencies and knowledge that you've acquired along the way of getting to where you are, number one. Secondly, again, as I said, you need to demonstrate, what I was saying to the team is that, being an architect, first and foremost, is the ability to engage in problem-solving exercises. So you need to be able to be agile and creative in whatever context that you find yourself in, right? And mostly around issues of how do you adapt your business through the different economic ups and downs. Now, an important thing to note, number 3, is that even if you're not fully proficient and conversant with the source documentation that we've highlighted, you'll see that the scenario questions, you can almost separate them into 2. There's a part that, as a layman, if you apply common sense, you can actually answer that part and get at least 50% of the marks. And then the second part of that question will be mostly application. How can you identify the source documents and then apply the relevant clauses from those documents? So there's no reason to panic when you see a fairly long question. And then one of the things we mentioned is have a basic understanding, and I think that has been mentioned in previous slides, of the legal aspects of the work of architects, more especially dispute resolution. And then we spoke about legislative prescripts, understand the different prescripts that you need to be acquainted with from an administrative point of view, whether it's CIPC, whether it's CSD that falls under National Treasury, etc., etc. And then obviously, I think which overlaps with yesterday's presentation by Ndumi, is that there's some level of technical ability, but it's a very small element of it that is being tested here. We appreciate that you're actually at a level where you're quite technically proficient. And then just general workplace readiness. It's a national concern where graduates come out of universities and they are not ready for whatever reason for the workplace. And the workplace is struggling to absorb these people because instead of being an asset, they become a liability that needs to be prepped, still needs to be prepped for the workplace, right? So that's partly what we're testing as well. And very, very important, number 8, you need to, it might not be fully tested in the paper, but you need to be able to demonstrate an ability to interact and engage with peers in the industry in a meaningful way and project manage teams. Thank you, Akil. I don't know if you want to add or move on to the next slide.
No, Linda, I'm going to continue now on the section. Linda has given a very good overview, and hopefully everyone is able to see that this is the direction the papers are going towards, and this is how the papers are being informed by real world events. You can see that the theory and practice, that part is naturally occurring. And just by the way, for everyone that's going to see the project management, this is part of the practical, right? You have to know about project management. That's not, it's maybe a new section in the paper. It's not new to the practice of architecture. The financial literacy and the industrial revolution parts, these are things that are happening that are affecting us, and we need to know how to respond to those conditions. There might be more in the future, but these are just what's identified as very powerful agents to reinvent the field. You know, I was just reading a post on LinkedIn not very long ago, and someone mentioned that Europe used to be a continent of builders. And in my mind, I thought, you know, everyone has the inherent capacity to build, architecturally build, as well. Like people are always able to create something for themselves. In abstract capacity, you can build a career for yourself. You can build a house. You can build meaning into things. You can create a curriculum. Like the inherentness of creativity is within us. And so as you move along here, that building that we're talking about and this idea of building is something we need to become more familiar with as we progress. Building is not necessarily just a construction, but you need to have an abstract idea that you build things yourself. And you need to build these things yourself. Sorry, guys, someone is chatting. They're just going to ask you to put yourself on mute there, or Mr. Moodley or someone else. Please put that person on mute, whoever it is. Not sure where the sound issues have come in. Thank you. So I'm moving on to talk now specifically about when you're building, there are logical processes to follow, especially when construction occurs. There has to be a sequential layout that you get a brief. As you can see, there's a concept design, there's spatial coordination. Can you see it's going to tender, there's assessment, there's construction and manufacturing, there's handover. Can you see that this is a bar chart which measures from left to right the duration of a particular phase, and then you can follow through. If you had to just trace, just if you're on your screen now, you take your finger and you go and you trace there, you can, oh, okay, cool, I can see that moving down with the line. I can run one line through all the way from beginning to end, and that entire path from beginning to end, if I run my finger down through the entire thing, they call that the critical path. That is the path that is necessary to follow to be able to complete the project. That critical path can be shortened or could be extended. However, when it's extended, there's a cost implication. It becomes more costly. If it's shortened, it becomes a reduction of costs. So that means it becomes so-called cheaper, right? You're going to save. What we are trying to assist candidates with understanding is that if you understand the construction process that we showed, you then can take that construction process, the same orange diagram by Lizelle Jackson, the same one you can apply here into this particular Gantt chart. Here's what often happens, right, when people are reading Gantt charts and the mistakes they make. There's an overlapping of dependent tasks without logic. Let's just refer to this one. You can see here that on number 4, where it says technical design, which goes into tender, you can see on number 4, where it talks about tender and assessment. At number 4, it's overlapping, right? Technical design with tender and assessment as part of it. You can see if you look straight down at column number 11, all the way down, you'll see that number 4 with technical design and tender, the overlap suggests that these things can occur concurrently. you can logically do a technical design whilst preparing to go out to tender. But you have to have a design for you to be able to completely have a project ready that will be received by those who are going to be contracting out to do the work. To go out to, you must have stuff completed, right? So it's very important that you take note that there's a logical sequence. You cannot do spatial coordination, for example, at number 3, if you haven't done concept design at number 2. You have to have a design in order to have something on paper to discuss when you are arranging the layout of spaces or spatial coordination. You can see there's a planning app that's supposedly going on here, right? We are masters of reading visual inscriptions by human beings, abstract data. So we have all of these symbols, these triangles, client meeting, the square, design team meeting, the blue square, and then the green square. Now, again, remember, for the purposes of the examination, if there's anyone that is colorblind, there is going to be different ways to showcase these graphic representations. But generally speaking, color helps identify with particular differentiating factors. So here, what's really important for you to note is that there has to be a logical sequence. You cannot start construction without having a concept design, because then you're doing stuff without planning. You technically could, right? You can just go for it, but it's not going to work out well. It's not going to be coordinated well. So as you're moving through this, you'll see here overlapping dependent tasks without logic is a problem, right? Because you, as the one that's creating the project plan, the principal agent or the architect who's planning for the office, how the team is going to design this project over the next few months, you will give unrealistic timelines. And also there will be clashes in logic. It just won't make sense. You can't do some things without doing the others. So the most important part for yourself, and you need to go look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I need to know the process. More than you need to know the graph. Know that the graph is only a visual representation of a process that actually happens in real life that has now been abstracted to shapes and lines with numbers and words attached to them to make meaning of it. Because us as human beings have an entire worldview that we now need to compress and condense into a portable form. That portable form is this kind of stuff. These scribbles on a page which help everybody at university understand what's happening in a project, right? There's a conventional system of this. Ignoring statutory approval times. What happens is, of course, when people start to design stuff, they often ignore that, hey, sometimes plans take time to get approved. And now you get project delays. And now your critical part that you drew, remember I said take your finger and draw a line, going through all of it from 1 to stage 2 to 3, 4, follow the entire process across the duration. So from on the left-hand side, what you're looking at here is all the different stages. You can see this is Rebus stages. We'll have SACAP stages instead. On the far right-hand side, what you can see are all the weeks progressing. And you can see as a bar chart that each task progresses over a number of weeks. And if you can follow one logical line through the entire thing, that is a critical path we're talking about, right? Your critical path can be reduced or extended because you haven't taken into account the approval times. In most cases, it's extended. Something I'd like you to take into account next is failing to update progress. When you don't have a Gantt chart that is revised at every phase, you are now going to still give across the idea of unrealistic expectations to the client or to whoever is involved. That client's going to be thinking, oh, this thing is going to be done in May. I'm going to be moving in June. But yet the plans haven't even been approved yet. So now you are now, because the plans are delaying this client's entire budget. They'll have to pay accommodation at some other place for another month or 2 or even 3 before, or as a result of this happening, as a result of you not taking into account that there might be delays. So you're giving an unrealistic expectation, which also has monetary consequences, because now the client has to pay to stay somewhere else instead of moving into the home that they're looking for. The next part that's final here is omitting milestones. If you don't have a milestone, you don't say at this point here, we're going to be phasing out. At this point here, we're going to be issuing payment certificates or whatever the case is, or maybe that's not a very good example. If you fail to acknowledge handover, practical completion, if you fail to acknowledge when the site is going to be handed over to the client or the contractor, if you fail to acknowledge these things that happen, unfortunately, you are then going to make it very difficult to measure the deliverables, and that's going to delay payments. So here are mistakes that people often make, and here's the reasons why it's risky. Taking that into account, regulate yourself in the way you plan things. The next part, just to help you understand how to read this, because this is inside the book as well. But to be able to read the Gantt chart is not particularly difficult, but you can see that there's vertical tasks, so anything aligned on the y-axis as the tasks, the time axis on the x, right? So the y is the tasks, on the x is actual time that takes to occur, these events to occur, and the bars are representing the start and the end of each task. Guys, this is not hectic stuff, right? This is easy for you to know. So let's look at an example together. If I had to ask you, when it comes to spatial coordination, that's number 3 here, right? You can see it if you can see my mouse. How long does spatial coordination take? You can see that although there's 2 things occurring here, the planning app or planning application, and you can see here that there's these bars. You can say, Akil, it takes somewhere between week 4 and week 5. So that's a 2-week process, because between week 4 and week 5, that's a 2-week process. But considering that maybe when we're doing spatial coordination, we need to do the application to the housing department, we can see that that could delay anywhere from 6 all the way to 9. So this entire spatial coordination stage, as a result of the feedback we might get from the municipality, doesn't only last from 4 to 5, but we're going to accommodate and say that it lasts from week 4 all the way to week 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 weeks. Spatial coordination actually will potentially take 6 weeks, and only then can we start. Can you see the next phase starts with technical design, because there's too many changes to be made. Something for you to account for, right? That's how we're reading it with the bars. Not very difficult. Dependencies, right? Lines or arrows that show which task must be completed before others can begin. Now, there are different types of Gantt charts, and you'll see them if you're using, I don't know, Monday.com, or you're using Microsoft's project, or you're using whatever software. You'll see there's different ways to describe it. But in essence, it's bars with lines across an X and Y axis. The milestones, which is here, is the flags or the diamonds that mark key decision points and deliverables. Important to note that so you can measure things against. And finally, the progress tracker, color shading within bars to represent progress. On this particular project, you'll see there's no shading, but on the one coming up, you'll start to see the shading, and that shows how much of the project has been done. So for example, if you're having a look here, these might show a potential project about to begin because none of the bars are colored in. But once the bars are colored in, it shows this is the progress that has been made. This is not rocket science. And if anyone's looking at this, it's like, oh, you look at this for 5 minutes on your own, and you will figure this thing out, especially because you work with plans. It's not difficult for you to have visual representations that make sense to you. Okay, here we're going to be looking at an example together. This example that we're having a look at talks about the time scale, right? I'm spending a bit more time on this particular section because it's one that has been emphasized to me by SACAP that it will be coming out in the exam. We're still going to spend time on the other sections that will be coming out, but the focus here is primarily here on the project management / Gantt chart side. So let's look at this one together. Immediately you see this thing, you're like, oh, what's going on? What you need to do, as I mentioned yesterday, calm down, breathe. Let the anxiety overtake you. And then you're like, enough, right? That child inside you that has the immature response of frantically going crazy, you're like, I am the adult in the situation. Chill, me bra. Relax. For anyone that is maybe not from South Africa, me bra is my brother. You might find it in Afrikaans colloquialism. Can you see me explaining myself, as I mentioned, eh? Explaining to Gen Zers. Anyway, calm down, relax, be okay. You say, play still, be calm, hey? Be fine. Inside myself, quiet my soul, hush. Then you look at this thing. I'm like, okay, logically, on the left, I can see it says phases, groundworks, structural works, finishing works, electrical works, mechanic. Right, sounds logical to me. On the right hand side, what is this time scale? What the hell is the time scale? Oh, weeks. Oh, how long is this thing going to take? Oh, sensible. Oh, there's numbers here. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Oh my God, 21-week project. What a long project. Okay, let's see it out. Oh, look at this. These guys just playing with a lotto forms. For anyone who doesn't know, there used to be a lotto form with numbers that you must fill in your numbers or color it or whatever the case is, the pink one that you might not be aware of. Anyhow, you're like, oh, look at this thing colored. Hey, look at this codex, this maze. Okay, so it says, let's start. Groundworks. I'm going to look horizontally. Stay with me, hey? If anyone's falling asleep or going astray, stay with me. Number 1, excavation. So we're running past the whole line of excavation. How long does excavation take? It takes 1 week. Backfill, let's run it through. Backfill happens in week 14 and 15. But I can see that backfill
We can't hear you.
is Mr. Muli, you
We were not okay. I was not able to hear you. I'm not sure about the others.
okay, maybe they're also saying the same thing. Let's just check in the chats. No,
I can hear.
good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Cool. So now we're talking about backfill and compaction. And what we're saying is on the compaction side, right? We're saying compaction occurs, it has to occur logically after excavation, but it doesn't need to happen immediately. You can see it happens here in week 14 to 15 after structural works are completed, after steel works are completed, after bricklaying is completed. And in that period, when we're doing wall part plastering, here we're going to start doing backfill and compaction. Now, is that logical? Is that correct? I don't know. You are just assessing this particular Gantt chart now. Notice these things. Notice how in week 14, there's an overlap with backfill. There's an overlap with wall plastering. There's an overlap for conduit works. There's an overlap for plumbing works. How do I know it's an overlap? Because I'm looking at column 14 and I'm looking all the way down and I can see there's colored blocks in row 14. Can you see that? So that means that because they are colored or they are filled in, it means that these ones are occurring in that particular period. And I can run down. I can just do that myself every time. If you want to, you can run a ruler by. Now, I feel a little bit silly for mentioning all of these things because I know you can do that, right? And I know this is basic elementary. But for your sake, when you come to the exam, there's mess ups you do on the most basic elementary things. I'll give you one example. Somebody, when they attempt the exams, as Mr. Moody has shared with us, putting the presentations together, write the wrong name on the papers. They don't spell their own name correctly. That's how much of stress they're under. The name you've been writing for at least 22, 23, 24 years of your life. Okay, let's say maybe 20 years of your life, 25, 30, you spell incorrectly. And then you write the wrong things. It's not because you don't know it, because you're under so much of pressure. If you don't know your name, that's pretty savage, man. That amnesia hits you hard. So looking at this now, I'm going through it just to help you understand these processes a bit better. All right. So you can see this. This is an initial diagnosis, an initial interpretation of what this graph is. You can see what's going on. It is overlapped and it's a 21-week project, and it looks like the entire work for a building. Now let's look at a questioning style. So here's a question, at least the beginning of the question. This is the framing. It's giving you the context of the question, like how it could be asked in the exam. A 21-week project by demo contractors is scheduled in the Gantt chart below. It's actually to the left. Due to the recent KZN floods, oh my gosh, look at that relevance. Due to the recent KZN floods, the small-scale project had to be delayed in the groundworks phase. The flags going off in your head is like, yo, there's a delay. Okay, I wonder how much it's by. Critical path is going to be extended. Lol. For you, not cool for everybody else. This pushes the project deadlines out by 2 weeks. Oh, there we go. Tells me how long. Okay, beautiful. This project is run under the JBCC Principal Building Agreement. Yes, I have some rules to follow here. Fantastic. I'm adulting now, and as an adult, I rely on the law. You are the appointed principal agent on this project. Me. Yo, look at me, moving up in life. The contractor wishes to ask for an extension of time as a result of the floods. Oh, cool. Look at the types of questioning. Do you remember just now? Let's go back. Just now, Linda said, integrate, ability to integrate all competencies or areas of learning. Integration happening here, peeps. How many things is being tested in this one question? Can you read the Gantt chart? Do you have an understanding of the construction process? Do you know JBCC? Do you understand how the JBCC relates to these particular periods in time? Can you see that flooding as a real world event can impact a project? Can you also notice and take note of phrases like extension of time? Things that you can find. Look at that, 7 or 8 concepts integratedly tested. What a beautiful way to ask a question. Question 1. Under the JBCC, what is the term used to describe this natural event which has caused a delay in the works? Look at you on fire. Force majeure. You know this stuff. Force majeure, like a major force so great that it's like an act of God, right? So you have an idea here that under the force majeure, the understanding of it, that the reason why this occurred, why there's a delay in the project, is because it wasn't within anyone's control. And if it's not in anyone's control, then there can be potentially ways to remedy the situation, to fix it, to get back on track, to be on time. Hey, look at that. 2 marks for you. Beautiful. 2 marks already. You were on the 48th mark. Now you can answer this 2 marks, 50. Look at you. Distinction. Okay, well, 50 is a pass, 51 distinction. Lol, just messing with you. So now let's look at, oh my gosh, look at intensity,
Sorry,
right? Yeah. Linda, go for it.
I think just going back to this question, I think
Yeah.
you mentioned something that's not actually written explicitly here, that it's
Yeah.
obviously a force of nature, whatever the case is, or an act of God, but that is beyond the control of the principal agent. So
Yeah.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, that earns you 2 marks, right?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. It's just a name here, and there should be some elaboration on it. That's right. Thanks, Linda, for adding to that.
Okay.
Linda, actually, you want to add anything else additional to this, wise, before I go into the next part, which is a bit more extensive?
Yeah, nothing much. I think you've nicely articulated it all, Akil. But the one thing to take into account when looking at the Gantt chart, so what Akil has done, he's given you a conventional critical path. In other words, the sequencing of activities, typically in a typical project. You can also use a Gantt chart as a tool for fast tracking. So you need to understand which activities within a project can be overlapped. So you don't necessarily have to conform to the staggered approach. So the overlapping is a way of fast tracking. I thought that I might want to highlight.
That's a beautiful one you mentioned, Linda. Thank you, Linda. And based on what Linda has also mentioned, guys, when you go to the guidebook, the SACAP supplementary guide, you will start to see in it that there's mention about terminology you need to be used to, like fast tracking. So we'll get to that one now as well. Let's look at just some of the examples that are here, right? 2.1, the critical path has been delayed. Is the contractor within his right to claim an extension or to claim for an extension of time? 2.2, if the contractor is granted an extension of time, how far out would the structural works phase be moved? 2.3, should the above come into effect, is there any slack for the steelworks phase to run as per project plan? And 2.4, maybe more along the lines of what Linda just mentioned now. The bricklayer and the wall plasterer are in conflict about their timelines, as the bricklayer decides that plastering should only commence in week 14. Explain if this is justified. Of course, all of these ones where it says explain and why, it means within reason. Let's just focus on that question, because the others we'll get back to very quickly. I'm sure you can determine it yourself. But let's talk about that in terms of this project. We're looking at the same Gantt chart, but let's make it a bit bigger. We said the bricklayer and the wall plasterer have an overlap. So you can look here from the top to the bottom. You can see there's an overlap. You can see there's these 6 green blocks that are here. These 6 colored in blocks between week 11 and week 13. That means their jobs are going to overlap. That means while someone is bricklaying, someone's going to be plastering. Okay, cool. I can see that. What is the problem? The bricklayer and the wall plasterer are in conflict. The bricklayer decides that plastering should only commence in week 14. If I'm looking at the graph here, what he is saying is that where the graph says the wall plasterer should start in week 11, he should actually only start in week 14 because the bricklayer wants to complete his entire task first. Now, logically speaking, think about it. And if I had to stop here very quickly, think about it to yourself. Can I plaster a wall? I'm looking at you. Can I plaster a wall if there is no wall? Obviously not, right? So there has to first be a wall to plaster. But does that mean I have to wait for the entire building to be completed? Maybe not. Do I have to wait for the mortar to dry on the bricks? Maybe. Most likely it's a good idea. What are the things I have to wait for? And something that Linda and I actually had a discussion about was the waiting time for concrete to settle. In that period, say it's at 28 days to reach the MPA that's required. You have to wait for these things to complete before you can continue with the next section. Otherwise, you will have problems like structural failure or cracking or worse issues that might occur. And so what's really important to note is, can you logically figure out the building process? Now, if you and I just having the discussion, you're having the discussion with yourself, with me staring you right in the eye here, what we're talking about is in yourself, you know that a wall can only be plastered once it has been completed. But do I have to wait for the entire building to be completed before I plaster? Probably not. So let's see what the answer offers. And maybe you'll have different views on this particular point. But let's go to it. The answer says, this is not justified on the part of the bricklayer. And they should come to consensus on what their timeframes will look like. Their phases run parallel to each other. However, logically speaking, it is necessary for the bricklayer to commence his work before the wall plasterer. However, and here's the part, it is not necessary for him to complete his work before plastering commences. Now, you might have added on and say, no, we had to wait for the mortar to dry because once the plastering commences, some of the water and the moisture might seep through into it and causing the show in the walls or whatever the case is, right? Maybe that's your answer. Is that reasonable? Is it within reason? What do you think of it? And so this is the type of thing that has to be discussed. Linda, I'm going to call on to you for some of your experience in here. Linda, what would you do in the situation? Do you think that this is justified?
Akil, you're referring to the last scenario.
Oh, yeah, the last scenario where this argument is occurring between the bricklayer and the plasterer. You know, the bricklayer is saying that I need to just finish the entire house first, then you can only start plastering.
Yeah. All
Let's
right,
hear your thoughts.
Yeah, Akil, so you've rightly spoken about dependencies on a Gantt chart. A dependency, as Akil has said, is an activity that cannot happen until a particular activity has happened prior to that. But this question, I think, might be horses for courses in a sense that the bricklayer can argue that I need to do all the walls, allow for, you know, the mortar to dry or the brick joints to dry before I actually plaster. But on the other side of the scale, because the walls will be done in phases in any case, a certain walls done in previous phases could be dry enough for you to start the paintwork, right? Now, the other example I made with the colleagues is that, which is probably not in the Gantt chart, because I gave an actual example. If you undertake all of this work and there's no roof over the superstructure, a whole lot of activities cannot take place. So that means the roof covering, the shelter, it becomes a dependency for many of the activities to follow. So it depends, I think, on the exact circumstances. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, fantastic, Linda. Exactly what I was hoping to get at, and the word was dependencies there. And you actually, if you look into the guide, you will see these terminologies. And so coming back to what Linda just mentioned, there has to be some things that logically have to occur and has to be done. You can't, for example, now have all of your cabinetry placed in the house without having a roof on the structure. Because if it rains, that entire thing is going to go to waste or rot. Sometimes, though, this is, or not sometimes, in some instances where you want to fast track the project, make the project timeline shorter, you want to overlap things. And then even if you overlap things, they must be logically sequenced. So you have to have floors before you can do the walls, for example. And so you will figure out as the project's continuing, as you look at the Gantt chart, what can I group together so this can be as short as possible? Now, let's just look at the other questions, 2.1 to 2.3. The critical path has been delayed. Is the contractor within his right to claim an extension of time? This is in relation to the floods that occurred. Remember, we're talking about the floods that occurred. And the answer is yes, according to the JBCC Principal Building Agreement, if such an event occurs, which is out of the control of the contractor, he is within his right to claim for such an extension. Yes, again, it's out of his control, force majeure, right? In 2.2, if the contractor is granted an extension of time, how far out will this push this? So firstly, you can see the first question is testing your knowledge on critical path and the JBCC. Then it's also talking here about, okay, here's a technical thing. If I read the graph, can I tell how many weeks it'll be pushed out by? And you can see it says the structural works will only commence in week 4. Why is that? Because if you look back to the graph here, let's look at it. It says that the project's been pushed out by 2 weeks. And it says that the structural works phase starts in week 2. So if we are pushed out by 2 weeks, then this green block is going to be moved all the way to week 4. And now you can see, oh, okay, cool. If it's moved to week 4, great. That's why it will only start if it's pushed out. Then 2.3, the last question, should the above come into effect, is there any slack? The word slack here means, is there any allowance for delays? Is there any time? Like we saw in the previous graph here, you can see there's an allowance for time here where it says planning app, where it has some of these arrows, which is a bit of an unconventional method, but it's showing here that we are accounting for some time. So what you can see here, it says, is there any slack, meaning is there any accommodation? Can we still run on time even if this occurs? It says no, as it is dependent on the completion of the structural works. So you can see that there's many ways to test this, and maybe one of these questions is similar to your exam, or maybe not. Maybe the graph is coming at the exam, maybe not. We don't know, you don't know, SACAP does know. Let's hope that you will be able to have a very good idea of what is happening here so that you can be best prepared. I'm now going to have a look here at the last one, and hopefully you will be able to now start seeing how we transition into scenarios. 3.1, the client refuses to accept the request for an extension of time and wishes to terminate the contract. Explain to the client the due process to follow before terminating a contract, as well as the terms around which this can occur. The client has the following options. This is the answer, and there's a mention here of the JBCC and how to answer in relation to that. We'll come back to this. In fact, I'm not going to answer it. You're going to answer this according to the way that we have a placeholder scenario set up and how to respond to it. But now I'm going to hand over to Linda. Linda, we are currently now at 2 o'clock, and I know we are running a little bit short on our time, but the session's supposed to end at 2:30. We're going to probably push out the time slightly a bit so that we'll maybe finish at the latest at 3. Hopefully 3 is at the latest. But Linda, we're going to be talking about these project management scenarios. And then I will very briefly go through the payment certificates, which has been discussed in detail in previous webinars. I'm going to just highlight what's important for everyone to know. Linda, over to you. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Akil. Akil, I think we might have to do a little bit of fancy footwork here because the rest of the slides, I think, would take quite a lot of time to cover. So I'll try to be as brief as possible with the remaining slides, with the hope that you can get the general concept of what we're talking about. So part of your responsibility as a principal agent is that you will have to actually undertake the project management processes. Yes, given the fact that there are other projects, especially your large projects, where there's actually an appointed project manager and you're offering purely architectural services, design primarily, and that you're not required to be a principal agent. But more often than not, you are the project manager, the principal agent, and you need to have the ability to always, on a real-time basis, track the performance of a project, and there are various tools that you can use to do that. And the primary indicators in project management is quality, cost, and time. And we'll talk about how you measure all of those. So, as I said, as a principal agent, as an architect, you're expected to be a jack of all trades. You must know what the QS does. You must know what all the engineering disciplines do, right? Some of the other responsibilities is you must ensure compliance in terms of the contracts to the contracts, compliance with the contracts, conditions of contracts. You are the center point, right? In terms of communication, nothing goes past you without you knowing. So in other words, an engineer cannot go to site and issue an instruction, a site instruction to the contractor without your approval. Record keeping becomes very important. So all the technical documentation, everyone must have electronically, and there must be a site office that has, archives of all the hard copy of all the documentation in case you need to refer to it. And there are various types of meetings that during the course of a project that you need to engage in, like site meetings, project coordination meetings. You need to be most importantly, be able to report on a project, and we'll talk to how you can do that and the tools that you need. Another obligation that you have as a principal agent is to advise your client on the expertise that are required for a particular project. And again, we'll talk to that. Again, you cannot be myopic in your approach to implementing a project. first start at a macro scale, understand what's happening around you internationally, understand what's happening locally, and how that informs the project, how that affects the project. You will remember that, now there's the tariff wars going on, internationally. So, for example, the reason why I've got this graph is because, this graph is tracking the inflation over a certain period of time over the years, because that has an impact on your cost of material, right? So, for example, currently, I think the biggest supplier of steel in South Africa is China. So it actually costs less to buy and transport steel to South Africa versus actually buying steel locally. But because of the tariffs imposed by the USA, I'm just giving an example, that has an effect on the steel price in China, which results in steel all of a sudden becoming more affordable locally than internationally. So you've got to keep tabs of all of these trends and actually understand, extrapolate that information so that it informs your decision making during the course of a project. You need to understand the concepts around escalation, right? And more importantly, what we call CPAP, which is a term that is used in the JBCC. We decided, we had a consensus that we will not necessarily ask you to do the actual calculations and show your ability how to use the formula in order to work out the calculations, but we just need you to understand the concept between CPAP, how and when can it be applied. Thank you, Akil. Unless you've got inputs, we can move to the next slide.
No, cool. Over to the next one.
Right. Thank you. Again, still on project management. You need to understand how to track and trace project performance. Again, quality, cost, and time. Okay, one of the ways that's obvious to all of us is that you must do regular site inspections. Cost and time is a slightly different game altogether. You need to be able to extract data from the contractor, extract data from the QS, and use that data to be able to monitor the performance of a project on an ongoing basis. You don't wait until the end or until the popo hits the fan for you to evaluate the project. So every site meeting that you have, you report on the progress. You also submit monthly reports to the client and all the consultants, including the contractor. One way, and obviously I've mentioned regular inspections. One way that Akile cited is using the Gantt chart. So how far are we in the critical path? If there's delays in a particular area, how can we implement fast tracking measures to catch up on the project? Now, what's also very important, when a payment certificate is issued, you should be able to break down the project into what the CPAP document calls work groups, right? So now I've shown you a graph of what work groups actually look like. This is a graph I've taken from a project that I was working and reporting on, and I've disaggregated all the work groups. Sorry if you're hearing this term for the first time. Again, slightly different terminology is used in other documents. But again, this is something that you'll need to learn to navigate around. So work groups is basically compartmentalizing the projects into the different works like general building works, roof installations, electrical, mechanical, etc., right? So part of what you'll get as part of a payment certificate, typically from a QS, is the progress payments for each of these work groups. So you need to correlate the progress that you have observed on site versus the payments made. Is the work done commensurate with the payments that are being claimed by the contractor, right? And if, for instance, on a monthly basis, now I'm talking from an overall point of view, the claims on a monthly basis are on a downward trajectory from the contractor, then you ought to be able to raise a red flag and say that, and be able to identify that the project is progressing as it should. Understand, extrapolate, and interpret. It will have an effect on you because your fee account, sometimes your contract is crafted, will be derived from, sorry, colleagues disconnected.
Can still hear you, Linda. You still there? Linda, you with me?
Can hear you.
Okay, cool. We can still hear you. Keep going.
Can you hear me, colleagues?
Can hear you.
Let's try and keep it moving. So it's your calculations, if payment certificates are incorrect, or your contract value, which informs your fee account, you might prejudice yourself in the process or even overcharge the client. We can move over to the next slide.
Cool. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it. Now,
Great.
another important factor as a principal agent, what I've seen more often than not is that both architects or architectural professionals and even engineers want to out to a quantity surveyor. So I've seen in instances where even in terms of their fee accounts, they give the QS the latitude to calculate the fees, which will then be professional fees, which will then be the client for their consensus, right? I've seen, consultants not engaging with whatever data or payment certificates sent to yourself as the principal agent. Now, you need to have an working understanding of all of these things, because if you don't, and there's areas of oversight to litigation, without going through all the various aspects that you need to understand from a costing point of view, I want to give you a quick scenario. You are approached by a potential client. They want to build an office block, right? And they don't know from a bar of soap how much that office block will actually cost them. You need to be able to have the tools at hand to be able to advise them if an office block of a certain grade, number one, and a certain square meters floor area, how much, and I'm talking about an estimate, could that possibly cost? Because the danger, and it goes back to Rule 4.1 of the Code of Conduct, one of the things that you unfortunately need to be giving to the client upfront is the costing for the project. Now, this is where we've been saying as a team, you need to find a way to take conventional tools and integrate them with the latest technology like AI in order to help you in this decision-making process. So what I typically do, if a client approaches me and they want to undertake a project and they say to me, I've got 100,000 rand, but I want to build an office block, is this adequate? And that's a good question, because you don't want to enter into a contract with someone who's only got 100,000 rand, and only at a later stage to say, but I've done a design, and the design, according to the QS, is indicating, for all intents and purposes, that the project will cost you 10 million rand, right? Then there's an argument about, okay, you can't afford to continue as a client on the project, clearly. So pay me for stage one, right? Now, how are you going to resolve the disputes? So you don't want to go into that kind of dispute. That is where it becomes useful that when you start a project, first establish the cost estimate. And how do I typically do it? Now, we've got all sorts of tools. The one tool that I use that I found to be reliable is, I don't know if you guys have heard of the ACOM cost guide. Now, the ACOM cost guide is a small document compiled by ACOM. They've got offices in Centurion and Sandton, if I'm not mistaken. They publish building rates for different typologies, not only just different typologies, but they'll take a typology and they'll say, this is an office block. We are going to break down the rates per square meter in terms of complexity. So there's a rate for low complexity, medium complexity, and high complexity. And please don't confuse the word complexity with the word complexity that is found in IDOW, right? And so this is a very useful tool. Even if it's not 100% accurate, it's a very useful tool to say whether a particular project is feasible or not, to avoid going into payment disputes and litigation with clients. Now, over and above that, there are various instruments online and AI tools that you can also use. There's one that I use, which is called the construction calculator, which has almost made the QS profession redundant, in a sense that, in fact, this particular tool you can get free of charge. If you want the professional version, you will obviously have to pay for it, right? So I've got the app on my phone. So what it can do, for instance, it can break down a building once you've done the design into all its elements, right? Say, for instance, brick walls. You just give it the raw data in terms of the dimensions of a wall. You will specify that it's got insulation, for instance, maybe it's a cavity wall, and it will be plastered, for instance, and it will be painted. You just input the square meterage, for instance, of the area to be painted, and it will give you the cost and the quantity of paint required. And even other less conventional building components like gabion walls, where you've got a steel cage that you basically pack with stone as an alternative to a conventional wall. It can do those calculations for you. So these are useful tools and tools of the trade that you will want to acquaint yourselves with. Thank you very much, Akil. Unless you want to chip in, we can move to the next slide.
No, you keep going, Linda. Next, over to you.
Oh, cool. Now, again, we're still dealing with costing and contracts. This is a very important slide, colleagues, right? One of the things that you need to understand at inception is the categorization of a project, and I'll tell you why. This informs your professional indemnity. Whether you've got a long-term ongoing professional indemnity for your company or you take it on a project-by-project basis, there are two salient questions that you will be asked. They will ask you, what are you qualified as, number one? And they will ask you the scope of work generally that you are going to undertake, and to what extent in those different scopes of work are you going to undertake. So if it's mainly, for example, architectural, then they use that information to derive their calculation for your monthly premiums. If it is discovered that you've undertaken work that's beyond your expertise or your call of duty, and there are problems, believe you me, they will find every reason under the sun to repudiate the claim, and you will open yourself up to lawsuits. It's important, again, to categorize the project correctly in order to be able to apportion liability for risk mitigation and appointment of a competent contractor, right? This goes back to the source documents I was talking about. So here, what I've done is given you two pie charts which represent two scenarios. The first one is a pie chart that is mainly made up of general building works, and the contract sum for that project is 184 million. The second one is a pie chart. If you look at the legends below, you will see what each color represents in terms of the different work groups. The second one is mechanical works, and it's a contract amount of 90 million. Now, it's important to be able to disaggregate these work groups because I'm not sure how many of you guys know. How do you determine who becomes principal agent on a particular project? Is there any quick answer? Because remember, just because it's a building project or construction project, it doesn't mean by default you will always be the principal agent, right? I don't know if there's an answer to that. All
Trying to
right.
see if there's anything in the chat yet. I don't see anything.
I don't see anything. All right, I'll answer my own question. So once you've disaggregated the work groups by percentage, you will see, for instance, in blue. Okay. Akhil, please assist me with the questions that might be coming in as and when. You'll see on the pie chart, the first scenario, a large portion of the works is general building works in nature. That means that informs a number of things. It informs who will become the principal agent. It informs the contractor, the type of contract that you will be using. And it's important also to understand, and this goes back to the CIDP, knowledge of your CIDP documents. The contract amount will also determine which grade of what you call it, contractor that you need to appoint on the project. The second scenario, you'll see a large portion of the works is mechanical in nature. So typically there, you will use a GCC contract, and the principal agent, who's most likely more proficient in GCC, can then become the principal agent. So those are the things that you need to bear in mind before even going too far on a particular project. Akhil, we can move on to the next slide, unless you've got inputs.
No, over to you.
All right. So this is an extract from the CIDP documents that shows you the different levels of grades of contractors that are there in the market from 1 to 9. And the way this is disaggregated is in terms of value of work completed annually, right? So, the higher the value of the work you do in a particular year, you can then apply to be upgraded to the next level, right? And then you do not just, this is important when you go out on tender, whether it's for main contractor or subcontractor. Again, you need to identify what is the nature of the project that I'm working on, because not all projects will require a general building contractor. There's other categories like mechanical engineering contractors, electrical engineering contractors, etc., etc. I think the slide is self-explanatory. So just be aware of that, because again, if you don't understand it, you could have hiccups on projects, which could lead to litigation. So you need to be able upfront to correctly scope a project, break it down into bite-sized pieces, and be able to understand what is the nature and scope of the project. We can move on to the next slide.
The next one is on me, Linda. I'll be taking us through this.
No problem. No problem.
Thanks, Linda, for that very good overview and summary, which I really hope candidates have taken note of. Just to give everyone a very quick grasp of what was covered, we are looking at project management. All of that was project management, and these are new sections that are coming out in the paper. We started with the Gantt chart, we spoke through that, and then we spoke about project management in more detail, that this Gantt chart is only one tool to assist us in project management. we started speaking about contract administration and site supervision. We spoke a little bit more about the quality and the cost and time. And if you were listening very closely to what Linda was talking about, he'd given you quite a bit of insight onto how project management would work. And he spoke about things like the tools that are available in the bill of quantities. And then you also tried to give you a fairly good understanding of how to navigate this information, eventually even citing from the CIDB. So the idea of project management, there's a lot of information here. The examination is going to be assessing a general understanding of project management based on what has been discussed here, but also in specific, being able to read Gantt charts and have a fairly good understanding of how project management works. We're now going to be, I know we are a bit short on time, or rather we are over time. We're going to be concluding in the next 15 minutes. What's really important to take into account are the last two, which are payment certificates and scenarios. The payment certificates and scenarios have a set of rules to them which need to be followed. I'm going to be highlighting specifically what has been asked of us to highlight, not that you should overlook this particular portion, or it's not that you should have a very shallow understanding. We are trying to guide focus based on the instructions that were given to us by SACAP. So when it comes to scenarios, they are the part of the paper that everybody usually fears. In the JBCC scenarios, we're going to be discussing primarily who did it. Where was the problem? How did it happen? Who is responsible for fixing it? And so on and so forth. So I want you just to close your mind from project management now and think about scenarios. You need to imagine who are the role players in these scenarios. So for you who's coming back to this on the YouTube channel in a few weeks' time or a few days' time, and you're coming to this part of the video, welcome. This will last for about 15 minutes so that we can end off. Scenarios are events which occur, which is just like the description of what we have been doing across the last two presentations. You don't know what the scenario is going to be like. And so in order to best prepare, you cannot go through every single scenario that could occur. There's just too many. You need to have a rule book, you need to have a guide, you need to have some sort of strategy to tackle these scenarios. And so to tackle these scenarios, we are presenting to you a framework to successfully do it every time. If you can follow these steps and apply them, the hope is that you will have a robust, substantial answer with enough gravitas to get you the marks that you need. So the first way to approach the scenario is to look at who did it. Who is the one that caused the particular issue or incident or event? And you know, according to the JBCC contract, and this is with any contract, by the way, but we're looking at it with the JBCC in specific. Who is responsible? There are three primary role players. It's either the contractor or one of the contractors, the principal agent or the employer. Remember, the diagram earlier showed that the principal agent was out of the equation. The direct relationship is between the employee and the contractor. However, you are administering. But who is the one at fault? Who is the one that has the responsibility to fix or remedy the situation? Who is the one that is now needing to be accountable? And so you should know that it's between the employer and the contractor, and who is right, who is wrong, or who followed the contract or who did not do it. First thing to be established. Establish what is the contract I'm using, who are the role players. Next, we're going to start talking about the approach to the scenario. There's a base method that you should apply, which is what we'll be showing you. Draw on the sources you have. As I mentioned yesterday in the presentation, you have a wealth of experience. You also have the JBCC contract that you bring into this open book paper. Draw on that information, that body of knowledge, that insight that you have, the documents available to you. Draw on them to answer the question. Because remember, you, this little youngster, or maybe not necessarily a youngster, you as this newly appointed professional getting to the field, maybe you're a baby professional, you now need to use all the stuff that people who have come before you, the adults, the ones who are adulting, you need to draw on those resources that they have provided so you can rely on something. So let's talk through the base method very quickly. Excuse me. What happened? What was the event? What is the scenario? What is the thing that occurred? Whose rights were violated and whose responsibility is it to fix? That's what I just told you to do now. That is the base. That is the starting point for every single one of the scenario questions. Next, what are your sources? What is going to inform the way you approach? So now you already know what the incident is. How will you approach this particular one? You will draw on your common sense, your logic, the things that you think are usable and reasonable and viable. You'll then look at the experience you have and say, I recall this happened in practice. Maybe this is the way it should be done. I will draw on that. You do whatever you can to answer this question within reason. Don't cheat. And then you look at the contracts. How can the contract give me guidance on how to best assess this? So you've established the problem. Now you're drawing on your body of knowledge. And now you need to reference that body of knowledge, in specific the contract, because that's what you're getting marks for trying to show how the contract substantiates the way that you have approached the scenario. How does the contract bring backing? How does it bring substance? How does it bring weightiness to the argument that you are having? Know that you need to use a contract, know the clause, and state the contents of the clause. So here's a very cool placeholder method. This is what you should be using going to a scenario. Don't just go there and write what you think is the answer, unless you're in a desperate circumstance, you have no more time left. Use the format, because the format is going to help you score the marks. Let's look at the format quickly. It says, according to the contract, in clause, put the number. In the event of this scenario, this role player whose rights have been violated must have the event remedied by this role player. This is how it will be done. Use your thinking and say how it's going to be done. We need to be able to fix it by making sure it's plumb, by waiving the lien, whatever the case is. And therefore, in conclusion, blah, 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 summarize the whole thing that you've said in a way that is easy for the examiner to mark. This is a placeholder answer to almost every single contract question. Some might deviate, some might be different, but this is an excellent way for you to cover all of your bases, because you said the name of the contract, you said the clauses that you're referring to, and you even now are explaining what's the contents of that particular clause and how it relates to the scenario. However, sometimes it's not that straightforward. So you need to develop and expand on that. You need to develop an argument for that. So you must state the whole argument and build it up. This is whose rights are violated. This is how we can fix it. This is one of the ways we can do it. According to this clause, we can do it. This is exactly the way that we think it'll be reasonable to be done. And in conclusion, this will mitigate the impact of the situation. This will resolve the situation. This will make us go forward. This will help us in completing the project on time, so on and so forth. This is the method. And if there's anything you take away from today's scenario today's presentation on scenarios, this is how you need to answer the question. I cannot stress how much you need to follow a logical approach so that you score the marks, so your answer makes sense, and so that you also are able to pass this examination. You'll make it a lot easier for the markers to understand what's going on. Just in case you're trying to figure out what scenarios should you have, here are scenarios. Here's a simulation of scenarios you can look through. These are things you can guess. Someone's going to pay late. The contractor is not going to finish his work on time. There's extenuating circumstances. There's a liability issue. Someone picked up, like, you can imagine these are problems that could occur. And in order for you to practice run, you can say, for example, as I have mentioned in previous webinars, what's the issue? What issue happened? Let's go back and look at the issues. Oh, there was late payment. That's the first one on the list. There was late payment. Okay, so that was the issue. Whose rights were violated? Let me just imagine happened. Who had late payment? I had late payment. So my rights were violated. Whose responsibility is it to fix? Oh, it's the contract. Sorry, it's the employer's responsibility to fix. According to the JBCC contract, within 14 days, I need to be paid out for this thing. Therefore, the employer needs to be able to pay me out for it. Very, very simple. You can iterate this, and this is how you can create your own questions to practice. You don't got to wait for anyone to give you those. Okay, scenarios important. I am stressing again the method. There is one that is given, and many a times, as has been shared by SACAP, candidates are not following this, and they're not answering the questions according to the format that we even prescribing. So if you're really looking to score the marks, understand this process. Okie dokie smoky. We have another two scenarios or parts of discussion by Linda here, teamwork and ethics, as well as average annual statistics. Linda, I'm just going to move through over these ones quickly and just focus on the payment certificates to allow you to close out on those final points. Is that okay with you, Linda?
It's perfect.
Cool. Thanks, Linda. All right, guys. So payment certificates. We're taking a break from scenarios, all right? Breathe out. For you watching this in the future, we're talking about the financial implications in the project. Payment certificates. Now, if that's you and you're coming back to this video, being refreshed, only watching the end of the section, And you're like, oh, let's hear what he has to say about payment certificates. Let me get ready with my payment certificate here, my calculator and my pen. Don't do that. Listen to what I have to say. Do not try to do an example here. I'm not trying to get you through an example. I'm trying to get you to understand the way the question is going to be assessed. In the payment certificate scenario, clause 25 in specific, it's going to be talking about the rules around a payment certificate. And if you have to go to the JBCC contracts, you start to see there's a template layout for the JBCC payment certificates. What's important here for you to note is that there's a lot of information on that payment certificate. That payment certificate has a header, a body, and a footer. You need to know how to read that payment certificate. I'm going to iterate. You need to know how to read that payment certificate. And the best way to know how to read a payment certificate is to have the payment certificate completed. This you cannot do with me. This you have to do on your own. It's like me telling you, oh, let's do Revit together. I'm going to just show you how to use Revit. You're going to listen to me for 2 hours, and then you're going to go and attempt it yourself. You are not going to learn anything greatly in the period in which you are just listening to me. Maybe you'll get a little bit, but then actual specific use cases you have to do. Maths you have to do on your own. You cannot listen to somebody doing it. You need to go and practice completing a payment certificate on your own. But more importantly than that is, what information does your payment certificate communicate? What event has occurred that has been directly translated to the payment certificate? The best way to read the payment certificate and understand is that there are 3 sections to it: the header, body, and footer. The header has biographical information about the project. So it has things like the project information, certificate number, the employer, things about relating to the project and the nature of it. The middle part talks about the numbers, and the last part is a formality to sign off on it. So you'll see here that the body of it has financial data with its timelines, payment dates and amounts. And you'll see the footer here is the formalities to say it's been signed off. We know this is the date it's been issued. And this is really important for you to take note of. Now, in a previous session, my colleague Yasmin Mullah has put an exceptionally detailed presentation together on this in the previous paper 2 webinar. So I'm not going to do her job. I don't think I can do justice to what she had done. But what I was required to give you direction on is that you need to take note of the following. You need to keep track of what's happening in a project. And the most important timelines, often referred to, is the date of practical completion and site handover. This is how you can start to read a payment certificate. You can say, when is it starting? When is it ending? Where are the values? What is the current value of the project? Has the value been moved out? The thing that's important for you to fully understand here, and I'm going to take this slow with you. You need to be able to explain the payment certificate to a person who has no understanding of the construction industry. That is how you know you are ready for this particular thing. If you show a payment certificate to your spouse who might not be in the industry, or to your kid, or to your friend, or to somebody who is not related to the industry, you must be able to say, this payment certificate details the construction process, how much of money is being spent, and what things occurred. It is a written documentation of the financial processes that have occurred in a project. If you can do that, you know how to do payment certificates, you know how to communicate it in the way it needs to be communicated, and you know how to complete it to the best of your ability. And so, as an overarching idea, you know that the first column, column A, because you're reading it vertically in the body, talks about the contract sum. You can see it's a fixed amount. It's the one that is the project value. You can see that the budgeted project value. You can see what is the current project value. So for example, you have something budgeted. Has it gone overboard? Has it not met that yet? Is it more costly? You can figure these things out yourself and do the calculations yourself, but understand it's showing the bench, it's showing where we are in relation to the benchmarked position of our initial amount that we said it's going to be. How much does the project cost? Are we below or over budget? And then we're talking here, you can see here, current valuation. The current valuation of the works executed in the passing stage, in this current stage that we're talking about. So the contract sum is telling us the entire thing, current contract value, how far have we come in this project? But right now, in the phase that I'm working on, what is going on and what's the money associated with it here? And then finally, you can see the current certification, the amount that is certified to be paid for this particular stage. And you can run through all of this yourself based on the previous webinars and in the book that's been provided to you. But here's something that I'm giving you an example of that was advised. Here is a completed payment certificate with some numbers and values. The example question shows you the header part with a little bit of the body in it. Here's the types of questions which could potentially come out. Which two columns figures show cumulative value of the project? You can see here in column C and in column D, you will be able to find those. Okay, so we're going back here, column C, column D. And remember, if we're going here, current valuation, current certification. It's telling us about currently what's happening on the project, right? As in this particular phase and how much needs to be paid out for this phase. Whereas A and B is more about the overarching idea of the entire project, not specific to this phase. We're then going to say, how can the employer tell if the project is still within budget? Can you see it's an interpretation of this? He can judge by comparing column C against column A. So if C is lesser than A, it is still under budget. Can you see the interpretation of the graph? And the understanding here is that you need to be able to explain it to a client whose project you are potentially administering the contract for. How would you be able to explain to the client whether you are on time and within budget if you are unable to read a payment certificate? That's the logic that we're getting at here, right? I've now concluded this presentation in giving you an idea of what will be coming out for the papers. And I'm going to hand over to Linda just to give a 2 to 3 minute summary on the teamwork and ethics portion, as well as the average annual statistics. Again, these ideas are also coming out in the examination, but there are things that are somewhat difficult to give specific direction on, but they are something worth discussing that you will be able to get more information on from the guide. Linda, over to you.
Thank you very much for articulating that very clearly. I just want to go back, don't necessarily reverse the slides, Akil.
Oh, yeah.
You will see on the payment certificate, those items listed that need to be priced and stuff. You'll see they cross-reference to the JBCC. So if there's terminology, let's take, for instance, 2.1 towards the top. It says materials and goods on site. So if you don't understand that concept, you simply cross-reference to clause 25.3.2 in order to be able to understand that what figure do you plug in under C, column C. I think I just wanted to highlight that concept quickly. Thank you very much.
That's a beautiful hack, Linda. So guys, yes, important for you to note that each of the numbers here are references to the clauses. So if you don't know what's going on, you can go and look at the clauses in the JBCC. We call that a JBCC hack, lol. Thanks, Linda. Let's go back to the other slides now. Thank you very much. Here we go. So Linda, on teamwork and ethics and the average annual statistics. Go for it.
Yes. Yeah, so as a principal agent, you need to be able to demonstrate that you are a team player. Don't usurp the role of other professionals. Don't undermine other professionals. These are things, unfortunately, you will not be taught at university. The ability to leverage on the skills of other professionals within a team is very important. For the effectiveness of that particular team. So your role as a principal agent is to actually keep the center holding in a very healthy way. And being a team player is very important. We can move to the next slide. Right. Other considerations that we more often than not engage on is, remember I spoke about the Infrastructure Development Act, which concerns itself with socio-economic imperatives. And it's relevant in this case because all of us almost want to relegate the work of empowerment and transformation and social impact to SACEP and government. But you ought to know that there's an act called Skills Development Act number 97 of 1998. What that act in essence says is that for a business that has either a turnover of annual turnover of 15 million rand or more, right? Or it has employees of 50 or more, is obliged to allocate at least 1% of their turnover towards skills development. Whether that happens in reality or not is another story. But what I'm trying to highlight here is that each of us, especially for those of you that are going to enter into business and not necessarily employment, you have a moral obligation to play a role in terms of socioeconomic impact, right? So just to give you an idea of why this is necessary, I've done a study for 5 years looking at the SACAP data analysis, right, from their annual reports. The study shows that the intake on average throughout all the ALSs, the architectural learning sites in the country, 1,800 enter the schooling system or the tertiary system, right? And then eventually throughout the process, at the end, those that graduate annually on average is 450. So that means out of the 1,800, about 1,200 is unaccounted for. Then the other concern is of the 450, it's not just the quantity that we're concerned about, it's the quality that comes out of the learning institutions. That is why I spoke about the very accreditation visits by SACAP. Some institutions, for whatever reason, have not gone through the accreditation visits. Now, maybe this might put some cheer in you. Then what we see on average, the people that eventually become eligible to write the board exam, on average 200 actually then pass the board exam. So hopefully if the numbers are anything to go by, all of you should pass. Let's hope. But on a serious note, you can see that 200 out of the 100 go through the entire value chain successfully. That's why it's important that even if you don't have CSI in your company, at any given time in the course of your work, you must at least be mentoring and training someone under you, because that will go a long way in making or achieving the socio-economic imperatives that government is so concerned about. I don't know if that's the last slide, Akil. I don't know if there's questions or anything to add.
No, that was the last slide, but it was a really good way to end the session, Linda, and I'm very happy that you explained it so well and made it relatable to us, because the idea that I hope everyone has gathered now is that as much as this is a support to yourselves as professionals, the aim of the professional exam as your last milestone entry, which SACAP is going to be regulating, apart from CPD, is this professional practice exam. And it is a ethical and moral obligation for us to be able to set a good industry for those to come and follow. And it's why we had that slide in the beginning, or not in the beginning, at the beginning of this particular presentation, which I'm just going to show you now very quickly, to remind you that it is your responsibility to grapple with financial literacy, the new technologies, also still withstanding your theoretical and practical knowledge about the field. Because now, really, beyond this, it's your responsibility to maintain the field. You become the custodians of the field beyond this. So I think it was a really good way to end the presentation, Linda. I'm going to complete on that, and I'm going to thank you for your time, Linda, and see what questions need to be answered so we can close out at 3 o'clock. Okay, so let's have a look at what some of the questions are. And let me go through some of the first. I'll go to the official questions, right? So the official questions here is, considering that we have not reached the, okay, cool. What is the estimated finishing time? Fine. It's now, Kirsten, right? What is the latest version of the JBCC? To my understanding, it's the 2018 version of the contract that we'll be using. I think it's edition 6.2, something like that, but it's actually stipulated in your study guides, the correct version to use. Continuing here, when answering questions with clauses in the exam, which your version should be using, same, it should be the one that's stipulated in your study guidelines. Can we get hard copies of the SIA, CAA, and proxy agreements instead of buying them? You'll have to buy them, but I do believe that if you are in voluntary association groups or paid to be part of a study group, they have educational versions which you are allowed to keep that are soft copies, which you can then print out. That is my understanding and best advice to you. Let's just have a
Yeah,
look here on some of the. Yes, go, Linda, go for you.
Yeah, sorry, just to add on, most of the documents are actually available online. So if you look for the JBCC document, you will find it. The only thing is that because JBCC has the rights to it, they will probably ink mark it, or they will actually have hypothetical answers written in it so that you don't actually reuse it. The idea is that if you want to use it for a real life situation, you must actually go to a VA or to them as JBCC to actually acquire the document. So most of them, the proxy documents are available online.
Lina, thank you very much. That's a good answer to that question. I just looked through the questions and the chats now. It looks like there aren't any additional ones coming through. So I'm going to just send out one more time for anyone that missed it. I'm copying here. Guys, here are the links that are not available in that supplementary guide, right? So here we are, just pasting it through here. Here are the links that everyone needs to pay attention to. I'm going to answer a few more questions now that are coming through as part of the housekeeping. The mock exam was run through yesterday with the demonstrative paper, but Mr. Muli will give more advice in case that you missed that for whatever reason. I'm also just mentioning to you that the slides and the recordings, the intention is to make them all available to you. However, SACAP reserves the right not to if they decide for whatever reason, but the intention is that it will be made available to everyone, at least the slides. And if the recordings, for whatever reason, are unable to come through to you, the hope is that you took sufficient notes on it and that you look in the supplementary material given to everyone. Should cover everything that we have been speaking about. There's a couple more questions here. Within which documentation can we find these new works? It's the one sent yesterday, guys. Both days have been helpful. Thanks, Mbuso. Anything else anyone would like to ask? I'm sure everyone is tired, wants to go and eat or sleep or have a life. So, anything else, Mr. Mudley? Would you like to put anything through before we end the session?
In terms of the demo exams, like I said, the recording will be available on the SACAP YouTube. Link will be sent for them to access that, and they can go back and have a look at that. Candidates will be given a link for a demo exam that will run next week, as I indicated yesterday. The word of advice would be: as soon as you access exams, please note you only allowed one try, because you will not be able to go back in and out of the exams. So if you are applying to peruse the mock exams, make sure that you have adequate amount of time and go through all the features that the exams have. So the link will be sent out by Tuesday or so, the latest, with everything. It'll be open for a duration of 1 week. That means by Sunday it will close off. So the candidates will have 1 week to go and play around with the mock exams. Likewise, the presentation for yesterday will be loaded onto the SACAP YouTube channel. And in terms of exam centers and so forth, candidates that want to write at the SACAP, please send me an email, and then we can make the necessary arrangements to write at the office and make the proper resources available for the candidates. Other than that, I don't see anything else. And the presentation as well that was done yesterday and today will be emailed. The slides will be emailed to the candidates, so that they can obviously use that in conjunction with the recordings. One last thing, the links that you put on there to the chat, I emailed that to everybody as well. So
okay,
they would
cool.
on email.
Okay, great, fantastic. Thanks, Mr.
Here, the last question here says here, would the link include examples of camera angles? Okay, guys, I think we went through that extensively yesterday, but for the people that weren't there, camera that's on your laptop is not valid. Right? We need to have either a mobile camera or a secondary laptop. The secondary laptop or the mobile camera should be placed on the left or the right hand side of you. The view that we are looking to have would be the view of the device that you're writing and yourself and the material that you intend to use. right? If it's paper 2, what you write on exam.net itself, on the device that you are writing on, that we already have access to. So as you write it, we are able to see exactly what you're doing. So we are not interested in the actual view of the device, what's on the device, but just the device, yourself, and the material that you're utilizing. Right? Which documents can documents that can be brought into the exam room, guys? Whatever is available on the syllabus guidelines and material guideline can be brought into the exam room. And while everybody's thinking, so the next question will be: would the study guide provided today can be allowed to be brought into the exam room? Answer is no, because whatever is on the syllabus guideline and study material guideline, that can be brought in. I don't see any other questions, you guys. Anything else?
Ms. Moody, I just want to allow, I think it's Kirsten to talk. Kirsten, can go for it. I think you asked in the beginning. You're very welcome to speak there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can hear you, Kirsten. Hello, Kirsten.
Great. Hi. I noticed yesterday on the exam.net example that Mr. Moodley showed the payment certificate was loaded up for reference purposes. Would it not be possible to then also upload the study list material that might reduce the amount of devices necessary? I understand something like the Proxa or the SIA needs to be purchased, so perhaps not those, but it would take you down from needing 3 devices along with your cell phone to just 2 and your cell phone.
Just repeat what you said. Are you referring to the study materials to be uploaded onto the system?
Onto the exam.net. I remember yesterday you opened a payment certificate.
Yes.
It was like part of exam.net.
It will vary from individuals to individuals. And if you look at the list of study materials that's outlined there, it's quite a lot.
Yes.
To upload that would be cumbersome and would obviously pose a challenge, because when the candidates are looking for example, payment certificate, maneuvering around the documents uploaded. For example, if you look at the syllabus guideline, I think there is 35 study materials, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes.
35 of those must be uploaded together with the payment certificate, together with the Gantt chart. So in the time that you're looking for the Gantt chart, amongst all those documents, you will not find. That's why it's the onus upon the candidate to, and that's why we allow it to be an open book for the paper 2, to be able to bring those as you see fit, because that is the onus upon the candidate to determine what they intend to utilize, and in line with what we have authorized to be brought in.
All right, I suppose that's fair enough. I just have one additional question. So for my Zoom, I'm going to have a separate phone. My question is, I'm assuming in that, I think it's like 40 minutes before the exam where we'll be declaring everything and going through logistical things. Will we be required to communicate through Zoom with you guys, or will we still be communicating with our phones? Because given that my Zoom will be on a stand a certain distance away from me so that everything is displayed, it needs to be, I just want to know if that will be required.
Okay, if you're utilizing, like I said yesterday, if you're utilizing your phone as your camera, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But in the event there's a challenge with your exams itself, the mode of contact that we can utilize is your phone, because if we announce on a Zoom, we would be disturbing all candidates that are writing the exams, and that would be not fair.
Sorry, I might have misspoken. I have a separate phone, so not my personal phone. It's just yes, just as the camera. The problem I'm worrying is if I am being communicated with on Zoom, I will have to get up from my desk and walk to my tripod to type in on the phone, and I don't know if that's going to be an issue.
Yes, that would be an issue.
Yes.
So the secondary phone, why it's a mobile phone? It's
it's just to get the full scope that's required. So like if I need to be visible, my screens need to be visible, and my desk needs to be visible, the phone needs to be at a certain distance away from me in order to capture all of that.
Yeah, but if the camera is on, when I do call you, I would be able to see your movement.
All right.
Yes, and then
so that's what I was asking. That's not going to be a problem.
That's fine.
All right.
That's
okay.
fine. That's fine. Is there anything else?
Thank you. No, I believe that's all. Thank you very much.
I think we have Johannes.
I think one last question is, I think it's specifically and highlighted in the guidelines. If you do not have an exam, external camera or a second laptop, the camera on your laptop is not allowed. You will not be allowed to write the exams. I mean, candidates should have read the guidelines prior to that, because when you do apply and click the link that says apply for the PPE exams, the first thing that comes up with the dates of the exams and all the important dates. Below that is all the guidelines that is found in the exam guidelines. So the candidates tend to read the dates only, not the second part, and that's why the confusion lies, is that you have to have an external camera. The camera on your laptop is not valid. If you do not have it, you will not be allowed. Like I said, in the event you do not have a mobile camera, have a second laptop, or like Kirsty said, a phone. We will allow that. I see Johannes has a
Yeah, I've made him allowed to talk. Johannes,
Yes.
fly.
Can you guys hear me?
Can hear you, Johannes.
I just wanted to quickly confirm the last couple of things we ran through now. Is that all part of, is it on that document with all the links that refer to all the necessary and obligatory documents that we need to study? Is it within that document? Or is this something that's only in the study guide that you guys gave us?
So Johannes, to help you better, in the beginning of the session, I mentioned all of the stuff that is mentioned in these presentations are part of that supplementary study guide. These things are extensions of what is laid out in your original email that said, here's a list of things you need to know. Because in that list of things that you need to know, it's so vast, what we have done is, or at least what SACAP has done, has assisted by narrowing down those millions of resources and saying, from the original list we sent, here's things you need to focus on, and they've added that to the guide, the study guide 2025 one sent to you. So you will find it there. You can find it in the others, but it's going to take you exceptionally long. So they have narrowed it down and sent it to you.
Okay, so this Gantt chart and the project management and everything is part of that documentation that we should study. It's in there somewhere.
Yes, it's there,
Okay.
and not just somewhere. It's all there. All of the stuff that here is part of your required material to study.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I've run through all of that a couple of months before, and it's new to me, so I'm not sure where I missed it. So I just wanted to confirm, but that's all good.
Okay, cool. Just to help you,
Thanks.
Johannes, just to help you as well, Johannes, it's under the section called project management, and in project management, it tells you all the things you need to know, but you would have had to go and extract that information from your firm, and you needed to go to many other sources to get it. So what SACAP has done is said, we know it's there. Here's the material we're giving you to assist you in that process. Otherwise, you would have had to take months to curate that.
I'll just make sure I know it. I'm not going to plan on taking it into the paper then for the open book test. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Johannes.
I think
Mr. Moody, sorry, go for it.
The last question is, it's always upon the candidates in terms of signal and load shedding. It's always upon the candidates to ensure that they have adequate, strong signal, and obviously in an area where there's proper backups and so forth, and that's what's outlined on the guidelines as well. So it's always upon, and that's the reason why the request is made for candidates who want to write the SACAP office. Please make the necessary arrangements and write at the office so that we give them an opportunity to do so. So I think the candidates needs to ensure that they have good signal during the exam process. I think from my side, I'd like to just thank all the presenters for all the efforts put into this process for yesterday and today, and for the fact that we have taken your weekend. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the influx of information given to the candidates. Hopefully they utilize that to the best of the ability and try to improve the stats that Linda has given, and not be in that minority of candidates. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moody, and thanks to SACAP for allowing this to happen. Thanks to all the candidates who spent time here this afternoon. We will hopefully not see you again. Well, hopefully I will see you again in this room. Mr. Moody will see you guys again. All right, thanks everybody. All the best. Take care. Bye-bye.
Colleagues,
Thank
have a
you,
good one.
Akil. Thank you, team. Bye-bye.